Sorry, I was enjoying the video. I was entranced, entrapped. What can I say? I am the Last Hit Point Hero, and you have found your way to TPK Roleplay. We are so very glad you're here and hope you enjoy your stay. Over the course of the next several months, we are going to be playing our way through a little limited series campaign called Stargate Phoenix and Basilisk using Wyvern Gaming's Stargate SG-1 role-playing game. First and foremost, this actual play stream contains adult language, adult themes, some violence, and if you are unfamiliar with Stargate SG-1, the primary antagonists of the series are the Goa'uld. Goa'uld are parasitic snake-like creatures that bury into your brain, enslave your body, and pretend to be your gods. Fortunately, there are those willing to do anything, no matter what it takes, to end Goa'uld tyranny. Under Basilisk's gaze, all shall fall. Safety tools are in place for the players, but you as a viewer do not have such a luxury, so if you experience any discomfort, feel free to hop through a gate and return after a few minutes have passed. Barring that, kick back, relax, keep all heads, hands, zats, and cats inside the stream at all times. Slap that follow button to join the wonderful world of TPK Roleplay. Click the Discord link that I am fairly certain will spontaneously appear in chat at any moment to be part of the growing TPK community, and, above all else, be good. That's the rule. Be good. As this is the first episode of a new campaign, I have a number of people to thank. First, our amazing overlay and promo pictures and opening video are all thanks to the one and only Proper Nerdy. Proper, when you were made, someone hit select all and checked the awesome box for every attribute. Appreciate you. Second, I want to thank my amazing players for coming out to join in this little adventure. Basilisk is a little experimental, and we will see how it plays out. Let's see, that's that, this, the other. Oh, let's take a minute to get to know everyone. So, everyone, you will say hello. Tell us the bare minimums of your character, as they'll have a more formal introduction once we get into game. And let us know how your character responded when they first learned about the Stargate. So that is the question of the night. How'd your character respond when they first learned about the Stargate? A little way to start stepping into character. For our introductions, we are going to go counterclockwise. So, to begin, when the fairies came to snatch her from her cradle and replace her with a changeling, she put on a bit of makeup, grabbed a wig, tugged on new clothes, and convinced them they'd already swapped her out. The dynamic, Osera X Franco.
Hello, hello. I am, in fact, Osera X Franco. I'm excited to be here tonight. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osera X Franco. I'm in a variety of TTRPG content in all the places. What did Gary do when she found out about the Stargate? She shrugged and then asked, how much power does that thing take? And that was about it.
Sometimes the practical questions are the most important. So we'll see what else she faces as she heads on through. Continuing down and around in the upper left section of your screen, born with a pair of digital scissors in his hands, there are none alive who can trim a clip a reel, or cut a scene like the master show shearer himself, Purplefill.
Hi, I am Purplefill. I'll be playing Dr. Eric Martin, who is a scientist, a doctor, as is in his name, PhDs in math and astrophysics and combinatorics. His first reaction to hearing about the Stargate was, "Oh, so that's why you wanted my research." As he was doing a lot of combinatorics work that ended up being used to help with future finding of possible dialings of the gate. Yeah.
Of course they wanted you. That's always the reason that someone calls. Continuing down and round in the bottom left section of your screen, a font of greatness. The storytelling master created a wild world of crossover brilliance which inspired my own meager attempts for the Phoenix Basilisk saga, the mastermind, DMF Saint.
Hi, I am DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint, and during this campaign, I will be playing Thalos. He is a Tok'ra diplomat, and to answer the question, as a Tok'ra, I was born into a civilization with not only knowledge of the Stargates, but a vast history of knowledge as well. So I didn't react at all, honestly.
It's like finding out cars are a thing.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? What was it like when you first learned about cars? What? That doesn't make any sense. It's just the way it is around the big, wide Milky Way. And last but not least, some people you know long enough that it seems every kind word and positive attribute has been identified, cataloged, indexed, set aside, and almost forgotten. But for him, the more you know, the more you want to find out. The role-playing automaton, Robotic Gentleman.
Hey guys, I'm Robotic Gentleman. You can catch me on Twitter as well as here under the same name. Generally, I do play other one-shots here in the next couple months, and anything about my character is Aran. He is a Una scout, and when he found out about the Stargate, his first thought was more prey, more hunts, more fights for survival.
Ooh. More dark. Perfect. For us, we... and myself, I am the LastHPHero. I use the he, him pronouns. And I will be playing Nok Kor and the other NPCs that they will come across in their travels. I want to thank you for joining us, and I suppose now is a good time to begin. For those unfamiliar, Earth's Stargate program began when a Stargate was unearthed in Egypt in 1928. The device was brought to the United States in 1939 to keep it out of Nazi hands and installed deep beneath Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado. When it was learned that there were grave threats to the galaxy in the form of the Goa'uld system lords, the United States established Stargate Command under the command of General Hammond. Originally made up of 9 teams, SG-1 through 9, they were created to travel through the Gate network, assess threats, open negotiations, find other civilizations, procure new technologies, and defend the Earth. As the SG teams went on missions, contact was made with several intelligent races, as well as distant Earth descendants, which were under the control and influence of the Goa'uld. These team visits were many times a spark that lit freedom-fighting spirits of those worlds. However, not all members of the United States government felt the Stargate program should be handled in a passive manner. Early on, the NID, the National Intelligence Department, was founded with the intention of aggressively collecting technologies and information which would defend the Earth. No asking permission, no making deals, no trade. Take what is necessary and bring it home. They reached too far too quickly, and were caught in a sting operation by Colonel Jack O'Neill. Remnants of the program still exist. Basilisk took shape in the shadow of the NID. Funded by wealthy nationalists who regularly influence government decision-making, Basilisk is beholden to no governing power, no authority, no voter, no structure other than its own. They promise to fill the void which will be made when the Goa'uld fall, and have spread cells of operatives around little-used or abandoned worlds to grant them a base of operations to strike. Our story is the start of one of those cells. As for the 4 of you, to give you a few important bits of information for the game, the tension dice for the game is a D8. So it will be a little bit on the tense side. For story purposes, this game takes place on or around August 21st, 2002. If you don't remember what was happening on August 21st, 2002, the Los Angeles Lakers just finished their sweep of the New Jersey Nets 4-0 to win the NBA Finals. And Eminem's anticipated debut as a movie actor in 8 Mile is set to premiere at the Toronto Film Festival in just a couple weeks. Just to help take you back a little bit. Just prior to our start, you have been shuffled from world to world. You have been tested, you have been tried, and you have been the wheat separated from the chaff. You have your suitcase in hand and know that you're going to be meeting your team. The question I have for you is, which of you would arrive first?
You gotta show up first to get the best bunk. Everybody knows that.
You've been shuffled to a few worlds before being brought to a desert planet. There's nothing but an instruction for you with a gate address. And the words "remember" written on the address. You open the Stargate, you step through, and find yourself in a somewhat well-lit, dark room. It's large and echoey. There's drips of water, and standing nearby at about 7 feet tall is Anunas. His dark, leathery skin and facial horns prominent. He looks up from the DHD that he's standing behind and says, "Get comfortable. Wait for others. I am Nok Kor."
Gary, looks like you got a couple leaks, huh? Couldn't, not a top priority or anything like that?
Gary.
Yeah.
That is a stupid name.
Well, your face
Come.
is stupid, but you don't hear me saying anything about it.
Good. Always stand up for self. Come, step down. Others soon. He leans on the Matok staff that he has in his hand. It is a 6-foot staff, so it's slightly shorter than him. The head of it, to emit blasts of plasma. He glances over at you, looks you up and down. Stay close. Danger's within. We wait.
You gonna hold me if I get scared? Is that the deal?
No. Stand over there. You smell.
Will do, boss. Will do.
Who would come through next?
Uran, come in.
Uran, you have been an expert in hunting, an expert in tracking. Your skill has been noted, and you've just finished up a rather ambitious hunt in a jungle world. You know that you're about to meet your team. You're brought before the Stargate. There is a note with instructions and a gate address. You're simply told to remember the address. You dial. The Stargate opens, and you step through. The first thing you notice is the smell. It doesn't stink. When you look around, you expect that it might. But no. It's not rot. It's not waste. It's old destruction. With just a tinge of poison in the air. As you step through the puddle onto the platform just beyond, Anunas, across from you, looks at you, smiles. Now, this is a proper team. I am Nok Kor.
Where Kor?
Where? Come. I will tell you all you need. And you, name?
Uran.
Uran. Come, stand by me. I would know the strength of you.
He walks up to him, looks him dead in the eye.
Yes, this will do nicely. That one. Gary.
Looks over at her and says, good bait.
Yeah. Nice to meet you too. Very looking forward to a long and beneficial partnership. And just so you know, when something breaks of yours, I'll just make sure to keep in mind we need bait.
He shows her basically his combat knife, and he just says, if it break, get a new one.
Right.
This be fun. Who'd come through next?
I can.
Okay. Now, for Dr. Martin, it has been a series of long abandoned laboratories, research centers, and other places. You've been given computers to decipher, to decode, to unlock, technologies to experiment with, and learned, quite a bit about quite a bit. You're brought back to the gate as you finish your mission, handed a piece of paper with a gate address and the simple note on it, remember. Your handler at the time, you didn't even learn this one's name, walks away. Good luck.
Eric will kind of look at it, remember it quickly, and just burn it, and then dial the gate and go through.
Dial the gate, it opens on the other side. You step through into a place of old brick walls. There's something about the masonry that sticks out to you, though. It's not primitive, but it's old. Well constructed, but falling apart. This place must have been something important at one point. You step through. There is a smaller figure on the catwalk, standing next to a pair of Unas, both massively built. The taller of the two raises a Matok staff in greeting. Says, I am Nok Kor.
Dr. Eric Martin.
Dr. Eric Martin. Your name
That's
is
correct.
too long.
Your name's too short, and I don't have time. And he's going to kind of, with purpose, just start walking through and looking for wherever he can set up and get to work.
Wait. Stay close. Show you why soon.
All right, that'd be worth it. And he's gonna still as he moves forward, drop his bag and just pull out a laptop and start working because time's time. Get busy.
Perfect. Thalos, you also have been shuffled around from place to place. For you, it's been old books, conversations, questions of how you might handle different famous diplomatic situations. It's been less fighting and more conversation. For you, your experience with Basilisk so far is a series of nameless silhouettes, barraging you with questions, wondering if you're worthy. And then the information that you have to trade as well, which guarantees you a place. You're given a slip of paper with a gate address on it and simply told, remember.
I would glance at it for a second and then crumple it up and throw it away.
You dial the address, step through the Stargate, and find yourself in, well, you've been on many worlds. You've seen many places. There's something about it that seems like waste treatment, but doesn't stink like it. The troughs are dry. The stones are streaked, but there's no water to be seen. Rusted catwalks extend across the dry stonework. Walkways around the perimeter suggest that these were not always so empty. A 7-foot-tall Unas looks up at you. Last to arrive. I am Nok Kor.
Talos will come through the gate, take in stock each of the people that are in front of him, and barely a glance to everyone except for Nok, who Talos will give a quick look up and down. And Talos will just keep walking past everyone to where he assumes the headquarters is.
Wait close.
Talos will turn slowly and stare at him.
I have message for you. I have instruction for you. I have one last test for you. Each have been found to be better than bait. But you must work together to do the most good for us.
Yeah, hardcore Nok Kor, that's gonna be a problem for me, because it seems like you got a bunch of jerks here.
Jerks.
Yeah, you know, like, well, pardon my French, but a bunch of assholes.
You don't seem too much better yourself.
Yeah, well, you didn't really ask a girl any questions. Kind of hard to get to know each other when you're all tied up in there. We got this guy here, pulled a knife out. Got that's the whole thing. And this guy hasn't even said anything yet.
Not much is accomplished by people who aren't assholes.
He does have a fair point.
Humans have lots of names for each other. I am Uran. You are. Work with me. You might live.
I like those odds. Name's Gary. Just the one name for the record. Gary.
Gary.
Yeah.
It is weird, is it not?
You guys not have hard G sounds where you're from? Like, what's the fuss here?
Sounds odd.
All right.
And this one, long name.
Bet he has letter soup after it, too.
Letter soup.
Tell me,
I'm unfamiliar.
how many degrees you got?
3. And he's like still typing away, working.
Oh, only 3. Only 3.
I got pulled out. Started working on the SGC. But if we need to work together, I'm more than happy to apply. I understand that my skills may not be as suited to other tasks as the rest of you.
What skills are those?
Science, knowledge.
All right, we talking rocket science, biologist.
Gate science. Dialing how the DHDs work if they're broken. Foreign technology.
All right.
Things you haven't seen yet, probably.
I assure you, some of us have seen them.
I'm
I don't
sure
think
you
we-
have.
Don't think we caught your name there.
We go by Talos.
Wait, you got a mouse in your pocket?
I am Tok'ra.
Uh,
By your customs, yes.
all right. Well, that's introductions. Efficient.
Good. You'll make a happy team. As for Basilisk, Basilisk welcomes you. There is a message I am expecting soon. And as Nok Kor starts to say soon, the chevrons of the gate begin to lock in. One at a time, the crystals around illumine. Until the 7 you see all fall into place. And the wormhole opens. As it does, Sarah X, I'm going to hit a button, and when I do, you hit your button, and it should be synced up pretty well. So, it opens.
Welcome, Basilisk. We have given you a base of operations which you will have hellish steps to do as necessary to grasp what is necessary. Some of our cast on Earth Stargate command program. Others are seeking their means to extend the order as the world fall. We do not care word. We care who you are now. And you should only care about what you can call. You have need to refer to me as this message is recorded. Basilisk will not mistake says I tried other programs came for us. So far as you be concerned, there is no high road in any handling where you see about one another. Your handler exists to ensure valuable technologies and nation can make it back into our hands. Impress us, and you will know the station reward fitting for contributions. Fail, and you will be cast aside and forgotten. Through your handler, valuable information and potential targets shall be communicated. You have been granted to the diplomatic seized to us, and to consequences of connected with any information additional data will be completely in your hands. Your handler will have first mission. Under this I, all shall fulfill.
For the players, you have on the screen a Basilisk logo. Beneath it is the text of what you just heard. For the viewers, the rest of it is scrolling through. As the gate closes, Nok Kor looks at you all and says, I am Handler. You are here to prove, to fight. They don't care who you are. I now know who you are. Time for you to see what this place is. And Nok Kor activates his Matok staff. Its head opens, snaps open, energy crackles through it. And he points it toward a shadow skittering nearby. As he does, you kind of readjust your flashlight, take a look, and you illume a small fist-sized 10-legged creature crawling across the floor. Krika Wokta, These live here. You should live here. Kill nests, seal doors. We shall live here. I shall watch. He crushes another one of the spiders as it crawls next to his foot. And as he does, there is this terrible smell that emits from its crackled corpse. Now they know we here. You will kill. I will watch. Clear your home. And he steps over against the wall and just looks your way.
Are we to understand that exterminating pests is our current job?
Basilisk has given you this base. You make it livable, or you live with the creatures.
Our final test is killing creatures.
There are many ways to flush them out. I am curious which you choose.
Well, we certainly won't talk him to death. Am I right? No? Okay, alright, fine. Let's go! You got any poisonous gas tanks we can maybe utilize? Just pump the pipes?
This place once called Nok. It was waste management. He looks down at one of the dry troughs. You could maybe turn water back on.
Alright.
Can I roll a nature to see what knowledge I would know about these creatures?
Absolutely, go ahead. The first roll is a solid 23. You take one glance, and between the smell they emit, the crackle of the carapace under his staff, and the way that they move, you associate them right away with any number of arachnid-like creatures you've seen. You know there's a couple ways these creatures tend to go. Sometimes they get very big. Sometimes there are very many of them. And as you go over and take a closer look at the body, you feel the carapace and it cuts your finger ever so slightly. It's dense, it's heavy. And you get the sense that these things probably wouldn't swim very well.
Drowning probably best way. Where do we turn on water?
Not my job to kill them. You look, you find. I watch.
Alright.
With the huff. Oh, you go.
No, we're good. Go on, man.
You, man with long name,
Yes.
find how to turn on water.
Well, could be a number of places, but based off the architecture, there's probably a limited number of spots. Is there any way I could make a roll to make a guess at where we would go, or would it be more just me making it up and going?
Let's see. Now, I'd be fine with you doing perhaps an engineering check to take a look at the pipes and seeing if they have any hints or thoughts. A culture
Maybe
check
like a-
to see if you can assess any similarities between cultures you've been around, or even a perception for just looking around.
Sure, I'll do an engineering check. kind of looking for the pipes, trying to see if there's a direction they're flowing at least from, or like where it go from. See if that goes through. I
That
don't
is
think
an
I have
11.
advantage, so I think it's 11. Yeah. Yep.
You take a look around at the directionality of the pipes, the floor, what you've thought of and seen in the past, and you're not positive which way to go. It's probably a room off to a side somewhere. It's unlikely to be down a narrow central stretch.
Okay. For notes, was that a failure? Because then I get a Eureka point because it was
You
intelligence based.
You get a Eureka point.
Cool. Well, it could be any number of places based off these pipes. More likely to be in a side room, though.
Anyone here kill a spider?
No.
Before? Yes.
Just seems like you all killed a mood, so I think these will probably be fine. But no, I've never seen these.
Fine. You find water. I keep you alive.
Like the sound of that, bud.
I'm happy with this deal.
Well,
You should have full control of your characters and can go anywhere you'd like.
General rule of maze is to take the left wall. Sound a reasonable approach?
Sure, man.
all right.
Hey,
Go ahead.
sorry, hate to interrupt you, but you two, gesturing to Talos, right?
Yes.
You coming? You got something you wanna say?
Looks over at Nok and back to you. I'm right behind you.
Cool. Lead on, gentlemen.
If you want to change the direction of your flashlight, you can move the little nub to turn your person, and it will change your flashlight. There are lights, and there are places where the lights are out. It doesn't take long to move around before you see that these spiders are pretty much everywhere, but they're mostly small, mostly innocuous. Every once in a while, a larger one skitters by, but when they're by themselves, they seem more interested in getting away from you than chasing after you.
What was the size of the one that Kornok killed?
Nok Kor killed one
Nok
the
Kor.
size of a 7-foot tall monstrous being's fist.
Okay, so it's the size of his fist, right? Did that
Size
look
of
like
his
that?
fist.
Yeah, size of his fist. So
Yep.
size of a big fist. Did that look like what an adult one looks like as far as we can tell, or we have no idea if that's as big as they get, or just as big as we've seen so far?
Uran checking the body. There are either a whole lot of them that are that size, or there's the possibility of one's larger than that.
Would I have had any experience with these creatures before, GM?
No, these creatures are specific to this planet.
Okay.
If you want to make a nature check, a culture check, or a perception or investigation to look at a body, you might be able to learn some more about them. But generally speaking, there's nothing familiar about them.
I can make a culture check. Why not?
Sure, go ahead.
That's an 8, boss. That's a
You
plus
can-
5 and an 8.
You take a minute to try and assess where you've seen stuff like this before, where you've run into them. They're biological, but no, nothing familiar.
In that case, Uranus will start. Uran will start scouting ahead. Does he see anything that may look like it may shut on the water?
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Copy. Keep this in the other page. Oh. 6.
As you look up to try and find some kind of directionality, right above you, one of these fist-sized spiders lowers itself on a silken thread and gets right in your face and tries to grab a hold of your face. Its 10 legs open up and it tries to latch on. You might want to make an attack against it real quick.
Right.
A 21, you clawing him, knifing him, punching him? What do you do as the spider starts to drop?
Knife. It's a combat knife stab at him.
So this thing lowers right in your face and just instinctually you skewer it on your blade. As you do, it sounds metallic. It's not metal. It's just a very sturdy carapace. Your damage isn't rolling right, but that's okay because you just had to hit this one. It crackles apart and legs curl up into its body, and it stinks. It just absolutely reeks. And as soon as it dies, some of the smaller ones start moving a little bit closer to you instead of avoiding you.
How
Yeah.
did this thing look when it was attacking him, out of curiosity?
It looks a lot like if you put your palms together like this, it came down and tried to latch onto his face.
Okay. I think at this point, Eric, realizing he had not put on his armor on, will put on his vest, as this is actually a dangerous mission and not just a walk through the park, as they say.
After being attacked, Duran's going to cover his head and going to say, "They are getting hungry. You may want to search faster."
Faster, he says. Gary's going to saunter up through, watching as he takes care of that one, and is going to take a gander down the hallway that he was, or I guess like under this grate in this little room here, just kind of poking her head and shining her flashlight around, trying to get an understanding of what is back here.
Yeah. As you get closer and shine your flashlight in, the flashlight starts to glint off the carapaces of these spider-like creatures. And as it does, the glimmers get brighter as the three of them start running out of the tunnel straight towards you. Behind them, it was collapsed, but you might want to, I think for keeping things in order, I think we'll roll initiative just so I can keep some things in order.
Sounds good. As these things, Gary shines her flashlight in there, and there's the weird, crackle of falling rock and like the skittering. She'll see them, and you'll just watch as her shoulders tense, and she goes, "Oh boy."
Oh Lord, are we rolling D10s over here?
Wow.
That's sure what it looks like.
That is amazing. Robotic, what is your initiative modifier?
Oh, I love the nickname Robotnik. Modifier is 4.
4? All right, so you are going to go before they do. So let me reorder this and hit this, and you're the first to go. A couple things to know about combat in Stargate SG-1. It works exactly like 5e, except your weapons and armor tend to get modifiers. So depending on what weapons you have depends on some special things they can do. As Purple had pointed out before we started, he has high caliber rounds in his rifle, which means it deals more damage. For anyone with a P90, it has special firing options. You can fire it at full automatic if you want. You can fire it as a burst. You can fire it as a single shot. So when you're attacking, let me know what kind of weapon you have, and I will let you know what kind of options you have to help familiarize you with that as we get started. So go ahead, Uran.
Quick question. What's the distance on each square? Because I gotta
One to one.
1 to 1. Copy.
Yep.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's say 4. Can we still ready attacks?
Yes, you can.
All right. I will ready a combat knife to attack the first one that comes toward me.
All right. And for clarity, were you wanting to be underneath that catwalk?
Unfortunately, the bait is there, so I'm going to actually stand in front of the bait in the middle of the drainage ditch.
All right, sounds good. The drainage ditch, to give a little bit more depth to what's going on, it's about 6 feet from the bottom of the ditch to the lip to go up a level. So you can climb up pretty easily. You can jump down really easily. And there's a lot of multi-levels going on here. So I am happy to help out with that as we get there. You get in the way. These little spiderlings, all 3 come crawling your direction, so you can get your attack against the first one as it comes in. So go ahead and roll your knife that you readied.
One moment, thanks. There we go.
An 18. An 18 is enough to hit, and as this thing comes up and leaps at you to try and attach itself to your leg, you kind of slash at it, and you get a good chunk of it. 2 of its legs go flying away from its body, and it kind of skitters back, limping. It's not in good shape at all. It looks like it's on the verge of death, but it is still alive, and it takes that opportunity to try and bite you back. A 3 is not going to bite you. The one next to you down in the ditch also tries to bite you. A 2 is awful. And the one above you is going to leap down to try and land on you. And it also does bad. Holy cow! Roll 20 hates me so bad, as nothing exceeds 8 on those attacks. Go ahead, Dr. Martin.
All right. Having just finished like putting on his armor and getting ready, and then like turns and sees all these things, goes, and luckily in his bag right next to his vest is his handy dandy rifle, which is a H&K SR9 TC, which is close to a sniper rifle. And it'll kind of, even though it's not very far, he's gonna look down the scope because that's how he was taught. And he's gonna try and shoot at the one that's kind of, is this one to the south? Is that one like up a level and like more level with him?
It's jumped down onto him.
It's jumped down onto him?
Yep, it
Gotcha.
just didn't stick when I put him down there. It bounced
All right.
back.
He'll try and aim carefully and not hit anyone on one of the ones that's farther away, at least if you can pick one out.
Sounds good. You have a cleaner shot on the one down here in the ditch. A 23 is a crit.
It's a natural 20, yeah. Does that do anything special with damage, or is it just normal damage still?
It is normal doubling of damage.
Normal doubling of damage? Okay, so that'd be 16 then, with an 8.
16, you take a shot, and this one down in the drainage it disappears in a puff, and your bullet ricochets off of the stones behind it, and goes off into the distance.
Looses the cartridge on the gun, and that's one.
Gary.
As the doctor takes a shot like past Gary, she's gonna hunker down and like grab at her head and look back and just like pissed off. Like, don't freaking shoot me, man. She's gonna actually dart around this corner and is not gonna fully engage with these things. can I yeah, her priority is going to be to keep the water, or keep trying to find the water as they seem to be having it. So she's going to just kind of step away.
Okay.
Can I hold an action if one like comes at me? I try to dodge.
You can, but also in the Stargate SG-1 role-playing game and in the combats in general, it's good to kind of have multiple objectives in mind.
Okay.
So if, you don't have to hold that action unless you're really worried about using it. If you want to take that action to actively look for something, you can also do that.
Yeah, I think she's going to be like, clearly that was the dead end. So where do we need to go? As she's going to kind of cut around and see. Let's see, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 6 down this hall.
Sure. And if you want to be looking for something, you can roll investigation. You can roll perception.
I will do investigation. That is a 14.
14 is just enough. You start looking around and you can see that there are some wires and pipes, and you can just make out with your flashlight on a non-corroded part of the pipe a flow arrow. And you have enough experience with fluid systems that you've got a pretty good idea that you're actually pretty close. A little bit further down that hall is likely to be controls of some kind.
As she spots that arrow over the sound of gunfire and screaming spider aliens, she's going to turn around and call back to the group. Yeah, you're doing great, kids. Just making us proud. Looks like it's this way. And she'll just keep moving down that hall.
Okay, Thalos.
Are there just the 2 spiderlings that I can see right now?
There's just 2 you can see right now. Yes.
Got it. Talos will begrudgingly take his P90 off of his back, switch it to burst, and take a shot at the one that is closest to his new companion.
All right. While you are rolling that dice, I will explain to chat. The P90s in this game have 3 different modes. They have a recoil sight, so in single shot mode, a P90 has advantage on its shots. They have a burst mode, which deals its regular damage plus a tension die in damage when you do burst. And they have full auto, which is done at disadvantage, but it does additional tension dies of damage for every strength modifier you have as you try and keep it under control.
So 14 to hit?
And as you shoot the 3 bullets, ping, 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 all 3 miss as they go around the body of this, just barely missing the creature. It was close.
I will come closer and get slightly higher ground right there.
All right, sounds good. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Nok Kor will kind of slowly walk behind. He has his Matok staff, but he doesn't even have it activated, and he just has this kind of half smile on his face as he watches. Robotic.
Robotic will simply finish off the creature he stabbed the first time.
Okay.
Boom.
A 25. That's a crit. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Without any difficulty, you take a massive step and just crunch this underneath your taloned foot. You kind of,
as it dies, Uran will just laugh. This is what I came for. He looks back and says, "You are all good bait." Was that the one, or did I kill the one under me?
You killed the one in front of you. The one underneath is still under you.
Copy.
And I accidentally deleted it, but are you going to move or anything else?
I'll stay right here. I'll tank it.
All right. The one underneath you starts crawling up your leg, and it tries to take a bite of your thigh. 13 to hit you.
Does not hit.
It's trying to bite through, but it can't. You can see its little fangs are like digging into the side of your pants, trying to just trying to find flesh somewhere, and it just isn't getting anywhere. Doc Martin.
Yeah, kind of seen all this, one taken care of, one left. Again, just gonna recock the gun. Kind of gonna look back at Nok Kor and like watching him kind of enjoy this and watch and just being like a little bit like, he's gonna then again quick turn, look down the scope, even though again incredibly short range, it is probably detrimental to be looking down the scope. Is going to look down and take a shot.
Okay.
A 16.
16. This thing is trying to take a chunk out of Uran's leg. It kind of gives up and it skitters around his hip and it goes up to his side, up around his shoulder, and you take your shot just over Uran's shoulder, and it catches this thing and splashes Uran with whatever its insides are, and it just reeks. It dies with a squeal.
Wait, I was supposed to breathe before I shot. Next time. All right.
Breathe before you aim.
Same thing.
No, it's not.
You can kind of fall out of initiative a little bit. At least until you see another.
Where did the small bait go?
Working down the hall.
He growls and just starts following her.
Okay.
Following Gary.
As your flashlight comes around, she's examining those pipes, looking. She'll look back and be, oh, you didn't die. That knife seems like it's pretty effective. Great. Looks like the water flow heads this way. Should be able to find kind of a main switch, or I don't know, something.
Do you want to go first? Lead the way? Attract more creatures?
Sure, I guess. Just don't shoot me.
Holds up a knife.
She looks at it, makes eye contact, looks at it again. Fair enough. Fair enough. You ever seen Samurai Jack? She continues down the hall, kind of trying to make light conversation.
As you turn down the hall, it illuminates 4 more of these creatures, all crawling around it looks like an old panel of some kind set up against one wall. As soon as your light hits them, they start skittering your way.
Gary's gonna, as she's talking about Samurai Jack, yeah, it's this new thing, came out recently, pops it, and these things start boiling out. She's just gonna very casually flatten against the wall. Have at.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 2 here are on the ceiling directly in front of you, while the other 2 are running along the floor. They both run to come right up next to you and above you, but can't get any closer or do anything else. Uran.
Uran's going to hop up here. I guess. No. Yeah, I'm going to attack the one that I'm on top of.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's a
22.
22 hits. You slash out at it. You take off a couple of its legs, and it kind of hisses and takes a few steps back and turns and looks back at you. Not dead, hurting badly. Anything else?
Did I get a second attack?
Nah, you tell me if you have a second attack.
Nah, I don't have a second attack.
Dr. Martin.
All right. This time, heeding the wise words of Thalos, he's gonna breathe, and then aim down the sight again, and take another shot at. We'll go for the one, not the one that, the one right behind Uran.
So because of that one's size and because it is on a higher level than you, you're going to have a pretty rough shot at it, but you have a clear shot at the one on the ceiling in front of Gary.
I'll shoot at that one.
Sounds good.
Whatever it was clearest. I don't think I'm going to hit, though.
You take your shot, the bullet goes flying and hits one of these pipes that is in the ceiling, and it just starts, this water just starts spraying out of the pipe. Anything else?
I guess we could have just done that. Yeah, that's all he's got.
Gary.
As that pipe bursts above her, she'll be shielding like from the water and again look back and give a like, what the hell? Like, you gonna fix that? She keeps like she's gonna reach in and pull out her sidearm. And she's gonna try and take a shot at one of these things.
Sure. And while you're taking your shot, the special rule of sidearms is that you do not suffer disadvantage for shooting them in melee, which is what makes them better than a long arm in a close situation mechanically. A 17 is plenty, but your bullet just only takes off like, it glances off its armor, it's bleeding, but it's not, you didn't get a good hit on it.
Gotcha. Gary is then going to kind of lean up against the wall and crouch down low, trying to keep her firearm dry, and analyzing the pipe and just saying, theoretical dipshits. That's her turn.
Thalos.
Do I have a clear shot on this one right here?
Yes, it is on the ceiling still.
Wonderful. I will keep my P90 in burst, and I will fire at that one, please. And thank you.
Your burst goes through and puts 3 new holes in that pipe, as now there are 4 streams of water coming out of this pipe.
I think you and I both forgot a step, Doctor. We forgot to soften our arms and shoulders and relax. And that's it. That's all I do.
The one that Uran tried to slash at, along with the other one on that same level as him, are both going to try and bite Uran. They leap up and try and take a chunk out of you. A 6 and a 12, neither hit. As both are leaping at you, you just move as they fly past and circle around. The other two, the one that just took the ricochet shot, lowers itself from the ceiling on one of its threads over the top of Gary and lands pretty much right on Gary's shoulder to try and take a chunk out. 14 to hit Gary.
That will hit.
It leans in and just bites right into Gary's shoulder. You take 1 piercing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, man. That's a 13, boss.
13 is a success, so it before it can pump its venom into your arm, you like knock it off and it falls over on its side on the ground next to you. As you kind of slink away against the wall from that one, the other one crawls down the wall and also tries to bite you, but you see it coming and just bat it away too. That takes care of them. Ron.
Ron's just gonna keep swinging his knife.
Go for it. 21 will hit.
21.
For the one you stabbed before.
Yeah.
Yep, that is enough. You slash at that one. It hisses, smells terrible, and dies.
And he's gonna finish his turn by yelling at Gary, "Run away, bait!"
Doc Martin.
Loosen the shoulders, say like this, and he's gonna try and follow the advice of Thalos and see how it works. It's gonna again. Is there any? Since there's two now on Gary? Is there like what's the one that the clearest shot would be on? That's the one he's gonna try and aim for in general.
Clear shot would still be this one.
Okay.
But well, actually, both would be fine. You're gonna have a clear shot on either one.
Right. Trying to take one that's when it's farther away from Gary to not hit anyone.
Sure.
15.
15's exactly enough. You take your shot, it lands, but it is an awful shot.
For minimum damage.
You very cleanly remove one of the legs from this 10-legged thing, and it looks more angry than anything else. You don't know how it looks angry. It's a bug, but you can feel it.
Well, I think that helped.
Gary, you have two little friends.
Yeah. I have two little friends. One that she's batted away. The other one she probably fended off with a heavy combat boot. And she's going to look down at the one that bit her and just point her sidearm out and just try to shoot it.
Okay.
That's a 19 to hit. 5 piercing.
19
damage.
will hit. 5 piercing. 5 is exactly enough to finish that one off. That's been taking a surprising number of bullets for a spider that's little more than double the size of your, two fists together.
As she shoots it in the head, she'll call up to Uran. In a minute, gotta clean up, and turn over to the next one. That's kind of stalking her a little bit. Can I try and move down the hall away from it a little bit?
You can. It will probably try and bite you.
Worth it, because she doesn't want to be in line of fire of these guys, so she's at least gonna try and move here just to get them a clear shot.
You're still fine there.
Awesome. And then that is my turn.
Talos.
I will pat the doctor on the shoulder and nod approvingly. And then I will switch to single fire and take another shot at the one closest.
All right. And because you have a recoil or a reflex sight on your P90, it's with advantage. So you take a minute, you breathe, you relax, you squeeze, and you miss.
Gary,
These are
one
not
of these
my
as she's running down the hall.
These are not my weapons of choice.
The one around Gary hops off the wall and starts following you down the hall, tries to nip at your heels as you are running. A 4 will miss you. The one up by Uran also tries to bite at him. It's a 12, so that also misses, and it goes back on to Uran.
All right, let's see. I'm going to attack whichever one looks the most wounded.
They are equally unwounded.
Oh, okay. Well, the one right in front of me then.
All right. 14 is not enough. It jumps out of the way as you try and slash at it.
Let's see. Can I move through him?
Yes, that'd be fine.
And he's going to shout to Gary, "Go find water."
Dr. Martin.
Kind of seen Thalos mention they're not his weapons. You could have brought your own, couldn't you? And then he cock the shell again and then aim down and shoot at the next one. Probably the one on Gary's the one he's got the cleanest shot on.
Yep, the other one will have cover from you. 17 will hit, and that is enough to splash it. You take your shot. It detonates, and Gary, you can feel your back just, it's like a massive sneeze on the back of your neck.
Oh.
They made me practice this pretty much daily when I was part of SGC, so got used to it.
Gary, you're up.
Gary is going to keep moving down this hall.
You are not in danger of being bit because that thing is above you on a different level.
Awesome. So it's 1-to-1, right? And I've got movement of 6.
Yep,
That's
1-to-1.
1, to, she is going to take a gander, like just shine a light in here really quick.
Mhm.
Try and see what that is. Do I see anything immediately, or are the pipes kind of pointing me directly still down this hall from my previous
The
check?
pipes are still directing you down the hall, but when you take a look in there, you can see it looks like there might have been some tables. It might have been a workshop of some kind at one point.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so she's gonna keep trucking. So that was 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this a wall blocking me?
It's
I
not a
enter that?
wall. You can climb up on it.
Okay.
It is 6 feet up, so it takes a little bit to get up there,
Okay.
but you
Awesome.
should be able to scramble up.
Yeah, she does a run, jump, pulls herself up. So that's 6. And what do I see, like a control or a why can't I
You
think of the
see
word?
it looks like a panel. It's about 6 feet wide, 4 feet tall. It's kind of built into a desk. There is what looks like a monitor of some kind, a round monitor on it. It's covered in webbing from these creatures, and there is a burnt out light above it.
Okay. Can I look at this equipment and see if I can get a sense of what needs to be fixed? Or, like, is there any glaring issues with the equipment?
From this far away, there doesn't seem to be power to the monitor, and everything else is encased, so you don't know.
Okay. I guess I'll dash just to get up close and start trying to assess what I can do to get this thing up and running.
Sounds good. Talos.
I did bring my weapons of choice, Doctor. However, I don't think these will respond kindly or unkindly to words.
Fair.
Can I get a shot at the one that's up higher?
Because it is higher than you, it is going to have partial cover, which is effectively +2 to its AC.
How about now?
You can scramble up there just fine, and you have a clear shot to it.
Wonderful. Single shot of P90, please. Thank you.
Yep. With advantage, a 16 is enough to hit. You take a shot. It kind of catches through the back of its body, and even through the sight, you can see the very clean hole that it made, but it's not quite dead yet.
That's it. I was thinking about saying something witty, and then I changed my mind.
This double fist-sized spider is going to kind of reel drunkenly a little bit, for lack of any better descriptor of what it's doing, before it tries to take one more bite out of Uran. 16, Uran.
Yeah, that hits.
You take 1 piercing damage because it can't do negative damage. And I need a Constitution saving throw. 14. This thing jumps up, it takes a bite. You can feel its fangs pierce into you, but you knock it off your leg before it starts pumping venom in. And you go ahead.
All right. I will stab it back. Where's the button? There it is. Boom.
You
That's
slash at it and miss terribly.
And he will back up from, just so you can keep an eye on
It will try and bite at you as you try and move away, but it only rolls a 12, so it misses. Dr. Martin.
Is there any chance I could like take the shot as it's jumping to get a clean shot at it, or do I need to scramble up to get a clean shot?
Clean shot, you gotta scramble up.
All right. Yeah, he'll kind of take the lead of follow Thalos and kind of move up right in his line of sight, because that's where it's a good footing. And he'll kind of look back at Thalos. He goes, I suppose my real weapons of choice don't do much good in this either, but luckily I have training with this. And he'll look down the scope and make another shot. Ooh.
Your gun jams as you pull the trigger. The bullet just gets caught. It takes you a little bit to clear the jam, but you're able to clear it without too much difficulty.
Can I move after shooting?
Yes, you may.
Okay, I think it's gonna jam, and he's gonna get like a little bit of like a fright over him, and he's gonna step out of the way of the shot. Thalos as he and then tries to like clean. I think it takes him a while. I don't think he clears it yet, but he'll have it cleared by the next round. So.
Oh yeah, yep. Gary, you're standing in front of this. It's covered in these sticky webs. You've started to notice as you get closer to this area has some webbing that's just attached in different places. What is your plan of approach?
She wants to figure out how to get this thing up and running. So she's, swiping away. She seems unfazed by the sticky webs, just getting her hands in there, like moving them around as she needs to look at this hub and try and figure out what she needs to do to get the water turned back on, flowing as it needs to be. If it's like a power issue or a part broken.
Go ahead and give me engineering or science, your choice.
Oh, I would love to give you an engineering roll. That's 14.
An engineering, you pop a panel that you find underneath. You take a look and moving some of the wires around. It's good that it's wired. It's feels a little bit closer to home. You follow a few. You find one that's been gnawed through. You're able to very quickly splice it back together. And when you do, there's a and the monitor comes to life on top of the controls.
As she hears that zzz and the little, like the flicker of a monitor, Uran will hear, "Boy, howdy," as she comes out and is gonna take a look at the monitor to see what the status is, if it's throwing up errors.
All right. It seems to be booting up at the moment. So Talos, you can have your turn. Talos is talking with the mute on.
Talos will 10, or I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Talos will shoulder his P90 and will just go up and punch.
Okay.
Which I don't think I have a button for that. It's D20 plus strength, right?
D20 plus strength plus proficiency. Everybody can punch.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You go up and you try and stomp on this thing, and it just skitters out of the way and tries to bite you in response. As it takes its turn. 10. Does a 10 hit you?
It does not.
Okay. Its fangs like get caught in your boot for a second, and it's like whipping a little bit before you kick it off. Robotic. Uran.
All right, Uran will go up and save him by stabbing the last one.
And before you roll, with all of you around it, you go up, you stab it, and you finish it off. As he kicks it off the boot, you just stab your blade into it, into the stones, and it dies. The stench is palpable with these bodies around here. And the very small spiders crawl down and start crawling all over this area. And Uran, with you standing there, they like start crawling over your feet, crawling up your pant leg. It is an entirely unpleasant thing. I need a dexterity saving throw from you. As these little spiders just pour out of the walls.
I'm gonna use my advantage roll.
All right, go ahead. Hey, 13's enough as you hop backwards out of these spiders as they just swarm over these bodies in front of you. This like entire area between you and Talos is just teeming with tiny spiders, some the size of your thumbnail, some half the size of your palm. They seem to be, I don't know, eating the bits and pieces.
Ron, thanks, chat.
will fall out of order a little bit. Is there anything anyone wants to do before Gary plays with the computer more? Nope.
I would go here and look.
As you cross over
That
those,
way.
I'll need a dexterity saving throw.
That is fine. I can do that. I have a great dex.
So did I.
That was not true. 6.
A 6. A 6 is not enough, as you take 2 poison damage from these little spiders that start crawling up your pant leg, and they get everywhere.
Interesting.
Anyone do anything else before Gary plays with the computer?
Yeah, I think the Dr. Eric Martin will kind of approach, see that all happening. Where's all the water from the spouts going? Is there like a spot where this water might be moving the spiders out of the way? That we
It's
could
just kind of spraying
pass
in all
through?
directions. It's not really focused in any
Okay.
one area.
Is there a point in the pipe where I could maybe thumb to and spray it towards the spiders?
You could probably shoot the pipe right above the spiders and spray some more to clear the area.
Sure.
Okay.
Enough damage has been done already to that pipe. I don't think one more hole's gonna break the bank.
So Gary, as you are waiting for this computer, it seems to finish booting up. It's waiting for some kind of a command, and then there's this echoing as another gunshot goes through. Ping! It clears away the spiderlings.
Gary, as she's waiting, she's gonna just check her, kind of feel around in her bag on her back, just check and see if she's got like some kind of pipe tape. She doesn't know. Probably didn't pack it. Didn't figure I'd have a pipe assassin on my hands.
Go ahead and give me either a culture or a science check to use the computer. Sorry, go ahead, Purple.
At least it's not a pipe bomb.
Culture or a science, you say?
Yes, please.
I think I have a thing that makes it so I can do things if I should wish. Stand by.
While we're standing by, I am resistant to poison damage, by the way.
Okay, so you can have 1 poison damage instead of 2.
So, which one is higher? I think it's still going to be science.
Would I have time to get up there? Because I could offer an apt analogy to give a bonus.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's working on the computer to unlock it. Is that the?
Yeah.
Essentially, yep.
She's kind of finagling with the tech.
Perhaps if you get out to a main window terminal, you might be able to go around, remake a new administrator, and log back in.
She
And
nods.
So you can roll a TD and add that onto your bonus.
Which is a D8.
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 I like to think I'm telling you what you are already doing because that's what it sounds like.
So she's kind of typing away as you come up, and she'll kind of give you the side eye. She'll go, I mean, we could try shooting it. And we'll continue to try and figure it out.
Tick-tacking away at a 6, the only thing you're able to access, and ignore the designation, but this will give you a little bit. Oh, wait, we'll do this. This is what you're able to pull up some details about the waste treatment facility.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. That's what you get.
All right. Let's see. Looks like bulbs are chemical reactions. We do not want to go to the surface unless we want to be breathing blood. Let's see. Yeah, alright. Artsy fartsy architecture shit. I don't see anything about where we might find how to turn this on, though. If I had more time, I could maybe tinker with this a bit more. But Not much more than what the place is made out of.
Does it seem like there's another control panel that would solve our problems?
I mean, we can try to find one, right? There's still a whole lot of places around here. I don't know if there's anything helpful in here. Hey, Uran, you see it? You and Tall, Dark, and Handsome finding anything over there?
Do I see anything down there? Sorry.
So when you look down that direction, it looks like it's an old workshop of some kind, perhaps.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. You're on.
Unas is gonna walk in.
All right, go ahead. You start looking around, and you reconfirm that this is definitely some kind of old workshop. There's tables, there's various tools in states of disrepair. Some are, vaguely familiar to tools you've seen in the past. Some aren't.
Is there anything still useful?
Give me an investigation check.
10.
10 is enough for you to piece together the equivalent of an engineering kit. So you can add an engineering kit to your list of stuff. It is an item in the equipment section.
Copy. He'll go back to the rest of the party and I found tools. Will these help you?
Gary's eyes
Anybody
will light up.
Well, you now have an engineering kit.
I have 2 engineering kits.
Nok Kor will come around the corner and lean down at the dead bodies of these things and pick one up and start picking at his fangs with it. How goes progress?
Assuming I heard everything that was said about there possibly being another terminal, I will just walk past him and make my way, because I don't think I've seen any other way around, to check out the other side of this place.
All right, sounds good.
I'll stop there.
Uran will walk up to him. He'll simply say, "They can't fight. They can't find water." And just sigh.
Then you fight and you find water.
I carry. And I guess I'll follow the doctor.
Actually, speaking of Doc Martin, why don't you go ahead and give me a perception check as you're hanging out right there?
Yeah. Oh, this number is not right. So because I am well trained, I get to add half my proficiency to anything that doesn't have my proficiency on it already. Oof. Okay. But I didn't roll very well.
7? Nope. Okay. Noted.
just take a look in there and look in the pipe, and then looks dirty. Gonna start moving back down.
Sounds good. Feel free to roam about the cabin.
What do I see down here?
All right. As you look down there, the area seems to open up as the where the water would flow breaks off into 4 different sections. Some of the lights in this area have gone out completely. Those are the ones indicated by the black circles with the yellow rings. You don't see an immediate movement. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I would love nothing more. How's an 11 sound?
An 11? An 11's enough. You catch a few glints of what you recognize as being the in the distance of light off the carapaces of these things down this direction, directly in front of you.
There are. Go ahead.
But they don't seem to be coming your way like they were before.
To Iran, I will say there are more in the distance and point them out. You seem to be quite effective at handling them.
Yes, just don't break anything else. And do I need to roll initiative?
There's something in the distance. You don't see anything immediate. Oh, that thing? I forgot that thing was there. The thing's not there anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's more up to the northeast. The direction that Talos is looking.
Mm-hmm. I get to like here then.
Okay. You see the same thing. The area seems to open up, branches in different sections.
What are these yellow circles?
The yellow circles are lights that are out.
Then he is going to start heading this way. Still not. All right.
Gary's gonna come up next to Talos, pulling a toothpick out of a pack of them, doing the little tap tap, and pulling a fresh one out before tucking it into the corner of her mouth. Anything good yet? Or just more of the same stuff?
Do you ever fight?
Pardon?
Do you ever fight?
What do you mean? Like fisticuffs? Like Street Fighter?
Like all of the rest of us just did.
Oh. Gary's gonna squint and look at, like she's checking Talos' eyes. Oh, you might want to get those checked out, because I'm pretty sure I popped one of those bad guys off pretty early on. Didn't even hit any pipes while I was at it. Isn't that right, Doc?
Technically, she did knock one out, but also didn't hit any of the pipes.
And Talos hit the pipe.
I also hit the pipe. Once on purpose.
Thank you for confirming.
Confirming.
Maybe twice on purpose, who knows?
He was confirming what you said, Gary.
Oh, right.
As the three of you are... Oh, go ahead.
Just curious if I can count on you in future combat.
Well, sure. Don't get comfortable, because if I gotta, I gotta. But, I'm kind of more of a fixer, if that makes sense. Different skill set.
I only ask because we were faced with an immediate challenge and an intermediate challenge, and you chose the one that wasn't immediate.
I don't know. Seems like the more we shoot these things, the more they show up. So flushing them out might seem the immediate need, don't you think there?
Interesting theory.
I don't do theories. I get shit done. And Gary's gonna keep walking.
As that conversation finishes, Uran, you see your flashlight catch a number of glints, all of which start running directly towards you. One crawls right up, immediately gets in your face, and tries to bite you as you turn that corner to look down the hall. It does terribly, with just a 2, but there are more coming. Uran, your turn.
Yep. Deliver more knife attacks.
12 misses.
Do I see how many are attacking me?
A quick glance, you see probably 4 of them on their way.
All right. right. In that case, he is going to back up this way.
Okay. As soon as you try and back away from it, it tries to bite you again and misses again.
That's my turn.
Okay. Doc Martin.
Kind of as we were finishing up that conversation, let's be like, I'm more in the line of theories as he kind of moves across and then just kind of is just going to glance out and be like, where did Uran get to? And like, just try and like, do I have a line of sight on him at all at this point?
You tell me, because it doesn't look like it.
I don't
you
think
hear
I do.
Something in the distance, but no, you do not have line of sight on him.
I'll just kind of steadily try to move up, being like, I have no idea where he is. Did you see him, Gary? That would be my turn. Or can I at least see this guy, actually? From there? Feels like I can.
You can probably see him in the distance, yes. Yeah, you can see him in the distance.
Okay.
There's a glint as your flashlight catches one of the carapaces far away.
In that case, I will open up the scope and look at it and take a shot.
Sounds good.
14. I don't think that one's hitting.
14 misses.
All right. Well, they tried, but still has no idea where Uran is.
Go ahead, Gary.
Gary is going to, as the doc asks the question, she's just going to shake her head and continue up this ramp. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I hear anything other than just what we've normally been hearing at this point?
So there's a couple things you hear. You do hear the skittering of these things, and it seems to be pretty loudly coming from this direction to your northwest. And there's some kind of commotion going on to your northeast.
Okay. She's going to stay put, and realizing that she's gone a significant distance, hasn't seen Uran, she's just going to yell, hey, Crocodile Dundee! Where you at?
I have no idea what that means.
Is there any sort of like vocal response at all, or is he just totally in it to win it?
I didn't even know you were referring to me. I'm focusing on fighting spiders right now.
Okay, cool.
All right. Thalos, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna, because that's my movement, I'm just gonna try and dash to keep going, because I don't see anything to investigate, so 1, 2, 3.
There you'd be able to see the flashlight.
Okay.
Off to the right.
Awesome. So I see him, and she'll call back over to Martin and friends and just say, I got eyes, and that's my turn.
Okay. And also, as soon as you get that close, there is a very foul smell coming from whatever room is to your west.
Phenomenal.
Yep. Talos.
Well, somebody on Talos's new team suggested that there was an alternative theory to killing these things, and since I have missed every shot, pretty much, I am going to turn and go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gets me there.
Okay.
Is there anything that I see that would stop me from dashing at this point?
No, you see more of the same. There, it looks as though there's a grate that leads underneath to another section, right here, somewhat similar to what you saw on the other side. But your light goes all the way through. You can see just a little bit through there, even if the lighting isn't cooperating on roll 20, you can see through to another section.
All right, so 1, 2, 3 to there. and I will look this way. See what I see.
The lights are out to your north, and to your south, your flashlight catches a glint of one of these things that sees you.
Do I know it sees me?
Well, it starts heading your way.
Okay, well, screw that guy. Well, I can't take a shot at it because I've already done that. So 5, 6 gets me to there.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
This one will attach itself to the wall and start running towards you and get that close. The ones up here are going to follow after Uran. Two of which get close enough to try and bite at him, as both try and take their chunks out of him. A 3 and a 14. I think the 14 hits, if I remember right.
14 hits.
You take 1 piercing damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Boom.
18. It tries to poison you, and you knock it away before the venom takes. You still take the 1 point of regular damage, and it's your turn.
All right. So, which one did he Oh, he missed the first time.
Yep.
So, this one on the ceiling or something? The one on the far
this
right?
one's on the wall next to you, and the other one's on the ground in front of you.
Copy. I'll aim for the one on the wall.
18 will get it. Oh, wait, that's your Constitution. Sorry. 20 will get it.
All right. Oh, simple 4.
You don't get it good, but your blade catches the side of it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
There's, I know there's still more on the way. He will move his full speed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm done.
All right. Doc, you're up.
Must have muted. Yeah, so the doctor kind of now being able to see around up to the side, kind of seeing where these creatures were grouping up. He's going to try and move up towards this one and see if he can't get an angle through.
Okay.
Does that look like that's doable?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Your
and then
flashlight
kinda
will cooperate more than it will freeze.
Okay. And then he'll kind of look around, noticing that everyone else has already disappeared. I guess it's just me and Aron. And he's gonna again breathe, follow his procedures, and look down the scope and take a shot.
15 will hit.
Yeah, for 9. And
9.
probably this one, I don't know if makes a big difference.
It doesn't make too big of a difference at all, but it does kill that one as it splashes under your fire.
All right, you got a couple of them over here. If anyone wants to help.
Gary.
Gary, catching that whiff of just real bad smell from the door by her, is gonna crouch down and try to move quietly. Before she was just kind of looking around, doing her thing, but now she's gonna try and sneak, not wanting any scary, spooky spiders to come out and try to eat her face.
Okay.
But she is gonna keep moving. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Hearing the doctor call out, is gonna see, the flashlight beams and everything, and uncertain of how to assist, is gonna we're just gonna keep moving. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as she comes up over this side, trying to run to the bridge and try to come around these from the other side.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Sounds good. Talos, behind you, Nok Kor, not too far away, kind of follows at a short distance, goes, curious strategy. Your turn.
Resisting a very strong urge to point my weapon directly at his head, but I will move forward instead. I will go, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll go 4 to there and take a peek and see what I see before I can commit.
Your flashlight just glints barely off the carapace of one of these things down at that intersection. Right
Down
there.
that way?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. 5, 6. And I will take a single fire shot at it.
Okay. This thing's hanging from the ceiling. You've got a good line of sight to it.
Yes, I do. Let us to go. That is a 17.
17, you take the shot. Bullet hits it, takes off a couple of its legs. It seems angry about that more than anything.
Great. I hope it gets angrier. I will growl at it.
Okay. It responds by skittering your way, lowers itself from the ceiling towards you to try and bite you, and fails miserably.
Yes.
The one behind it comes running up behind you and comes up right behind you, but can't get close enough to do anything in addition to moving. This follows along the wall after Uran. This one, it keeps their mindless beasts. They both will go skittering after Uran. Only one's close enough to try and bite you. Get there at the same time. It does. 12 is not enough to hit you, though, as it misses completely. Your turn.
Right. So I'm going to attack the one that just attacked me. 22.
22 will hit.
5. With a 5 slashing.
5 slashing is enough to get the one that just tried to get you. Exactly enough, in fact, as it dies under your knife. Doc Martin. You're muted.
Sorry. Focusing. I have a clear look on this one over here, it looks like.
Yep.
All right. Kind of, he'll, again, straight down the scope, take a look and take a shot at it. I think that's going to be a miss, it looks like. And kind of as he does, he's going to kind of take a pause and be like, these things seem to not be hitting us very well. Maybe just avoiding them and running past might be a reasonable option at this point.
Gary.
Just throwing out, isn't it?
Gary is going to continue along her current trajectory. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not able to see any of them really, right?
With where you're at, you can catch both of them. One would have a little bit of cover from you because it's on the side of the wall. The other one's a clear shot.
She doesn't want to risk shooting at Uran, so she's gonna pop around the corner, shine her flashlight, see, kind of catch a glimpse of them, and she's just gonna call out like, I'm gonna try and clear them out for good, as she's gonna turn and look deeper into the area. That was 5, right? So that's 6. And then just keep dashing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look. Yeah, she's just gonna keep going. 5, 6. She keeps running this way.
As you're passing by that open area and you glance to your right before you go your 5, 6.
Gotcha.
You see one of those panels partially under a collapsed part of the wall. It is obviously damaged in some way. There is a metallic glint of at least one of these things nearby, and you see these big swaths of very you can't say it's sticky, but you have a terrible feeling that the much denser spider webs around here and here probably wouldn't be a good idea to get into.
Okay. And I did see kind of the glint of the thing. So
Yep.
she maybe would just stop there then to try and get an assessment of how many critters are in there. But either way, that's my turn. No action checks.
Sounds good. I just have to replace them because they are sharing hit points with the one for some reason.
The pits.
So we will fix that. And all right. Talos.
I will pull my pistol out as I pass this and try to shoot it on the ground.
Sounds good. You miss it.
I will continue moving. So that's
All right,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there. I'm assuming it takes a shot at me.
They both try and bite you and both miss as you turn, and the lights are completely out in this section of the tunnel. It is just dark down through there.
Awesome. I have a flashlight.
Yep.
That is 6. That is my movement and my action. These things are no threat to me, so I'm just continuing on.
All right. They will test that theory by following after you to try and bite you again. A 16 and an 18.
Both hit.
Okay. You take 2 piercing damage, and I need 2 constitution saving throws.
Well, about that. I take 1.
And it is poison, so
yeah.
Take. Or no, the first one's piercing. I'm sorry.
First one's piercing. So
yep. So 1 piercing damage.
No poison at all? Or no, yeah, got it, yeah.
Con save.
Yes, I'm with you now. Con save. Where's my freaking constitution? There it is. Okay. That was a 17.
17 passes, and the second con save. Oh wait, yeah, the second one bit you too. 7 fails.
Mm-hmm.
You take, and this is poison, so it'll be halved.
Mm-hmm.
You take 5 poison damage, which halves down to 3.
Okay.
And you are poisoned, which basically means you have disadvantage on any skill checks.
Okay.
The spiderlings around Uran try and do the same thing. 8 and a 14. A 14 hits. It deals 1 damage minimum. Roll a con save. 12 is exactly enough to pass, so you are fine. Your turn. Oh, wait,
Right.
and these ones come toward the light.
Mm-hmm.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, go ahead.
Let's see. He will attack the one that bit him.
Sounds good.
10.
10 misses.
And well, I didn't see the ones that came into the light, so I'll just stay there and fight these 2.
All right. Doc, you're up.
All right. We'll again try and help out Iran and look over his shoulder and try and shoot him down the scope again. Doing real bad this time. But
Uran, you feel the whoosh of a bullet barely miss you.
And he's gonna just start moving as if that didn't happen. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's my turn.
Gary?
Gary's going to have her sidearm drawn and is going to try to sneak down. She might even... So, yeah, she's got her weapon with her flashlight kind of over the top of it so she can see these things. And she's going to hop down and try to make her way to that panel.
Okay.
I'm assuming I can see this big gross baddie in front of me, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, she's seeing that, not wanting it to get close, is going to take a shot.
It misses.
Makes sense. And she's going to then duck around here for cover. So if this thing comes out, it at least has to come around the corner and she won't get overwhelmed. And that's
Okay.
going to be my turn.
All right, Thalos.
Pistol shot at the one that looks like it's weaker. Sure, they both look
Okay.
the same.
Yep. One is weaker than the other.
I'll fire at that one. 16.
16 hits, and 5 is exactly enough to kill it. As you kill one of the two behind you.
You're next. And then I will walk down the area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm assuming it takes a shot at me on the way past.
Oh, yeah. The one's going to bite you on the way past. I was just going to... It's not going to... It misses you.
Kick it out of the way. Anything down here?
As you look down there, it seems like you can just barely catch... Well, no, you can't. There's a wall in the way. You see a couple glints in the distance, but no large spiderlings, just the little ones around. And there is a tangible green mist that seems to be falling from this direction that is washing down over the stones and down into the trough.
Wonderful. That's my turn.
All right. The one behind you chases after you. It does what it does and misses you. The two next to Uran attempt the same thing. An 18, one of them hits for 1 damage, and you need to make a Constitution save. You pass. The other two come around trying to get to Gary. Only one of them gets close enough to bite. A 16 will probably hit Gary.
It's super well.
For 1 piercing damage and a Constitution save. As this thing skitters around, its 10 legs latch around like your calf, and you feel this pierce as it gets into your calf. But
Yeah, sure.
you kick it off before the poison sets in. Uran.
All right. Gotta keep slashing.
Slash away.
13.
13 misses.
God bless America.
It's really funny when all the rolls are suddenly like you're rolling d10s.
Oh,
Yeah,
geez
man.
Louise. It's rough out here for Team Basilisk.
Uh-huh. Martin, go ahead.
He's gonna continue his procession forward. Kind of seeing now there's 2 different people with 2 on them. He's gonna try and help Gary out as he's planning on moving that direction anyways. Shoot the one over on the corner.
Yep.
Again, move forward down the scope. Breathe. Do the things in the order. Maybe it works.
It does
Apparently,
work.
if you say it, it works.
If you say it, it works, and you absolutely splash this thing as it's coming around. Gary, you see another one of these things like coming around the corner. You just got kicked one off your leg, and it just pops in front of you.
As it explodes, she's kicked this thing off, and again is just going to try an execution style, put her sidearm down, and take a shot at it as before it can skitter into the dark. Oh hell yeah!
16 will hit.
Awesome.
You get a good shot on it.
Gotcha. Yeah, she fires, and then is going to try and jump over it to move here and keep an eye out for any that Eric's kind of running up on it. She's gonna try and duck down this way, and she's gonna keep moving. I understand I'm probably drawing opportunity attack, but she's gonna
Go ahead.
So there's 1, 2, 3. That'll hit.
1 damage and a con save.
All right, here's your con save.
You pass.
Sick. That was okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I know I saw gross spider webbies down yonder. Do I need to? Or is that just?
It's just where the spider webs are. So.
Okay, gotcha. see, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and she's gonna move one more 6 to shining her flashlight around, trying to get eyes on any other creepy crawlies in this room.
You look to the north and south, and you don't see any others in your flashlight.
Gotcha. You're just gonna hear echoing back down the hall towards you, Purple. Give him hell, Doc! That's my turn.
Talos.
I was aiming for the pipe that time.
So I have measured, and unless there is something that will stop me from going this far, I would go here.
The only thing that would perhaps stop you is as you turn this wall back here, you can see that there is a stairwell that green sickly smoke is coming down. And there appears to be a large, heavy, rusted door that's partially closed. And that gaseous material is coming down from whatever is beyond that door. The stairs seem to continue to lead up beyond it.
I have technically used my action to dash. Could I... do I know anything about this gas? Like, can I make a roll for that or no?
You could make probably nature, perception, science. I would accept any of those.
Cool. I am not proficient in any of those.
Medicine. Actually, I'd probably take medicine, but you'd probably have to get close enough to...
Nope. That is the first thing that is an actual threat in here because I don't know what it is.
Yep.
So I'm going to roll... I'm going to do nature.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So just by taking a look at how it's behaving, and these little spiders are kind of everywhere, but even the little ones that are dime-sized are trying to avoid this green sickliness that's coming down that stairwell from above.
Okay.
So you're able to piece together there's something not good about it.
Okay.
And every once in a while, a large spider comes through the door from the ceiling, comes down the ceiling, crawls over the door, and not large, not the threatening larges, but you can see that things seem to be coming in this way.
So spiders are coming from the green stuff, but they're also moving, avoiding the green stuff.
Green stuff's on the floor. Spiders are above on the walls, coming in through the metal door that's partially open. Gotcha.
So I found the source. I'm pretty.
You found a source, yeah.
I don't like how you said that. And you said that I can see through here. Can I crawl through here?
There are metal grates in the way. When you look through that way, Nok Kor is just squatted down, looking through back towards you, leaning on his Matok staff. He said, "Yes, that is a way up. Might want to close the door."
So I would definitely have come down into this thing with like my rifle ready to go, pointed right at him. And as he says that, I will not move away and not have him in my sights. And then we'll slowly turn around towards the door. And that's my turn.
There is 2 spiders on you, and not on you, on Uran, and 1 is following after Gary, so there's going to be 3 rolls real quick. 16 is going to hit Uran, so that's 1 damage and a constitution save, and then it goes to Uran's turn. As all these spiders start jumping, there's just a few left.
Poisoned.
Then you have disadvantage on any checks.
GM, that 11 was for Gary, right?
Yes, does 11 hit?
It sure does, so I'll give you a
Oh, I was not expecting that.
Whoop, whoop.
You pass with flying colors, you still take 1 damage.
Got it.
And he is going to angrily stab the one that just bit him.
And kill it.
Finally.
You've got 1 left that is skittering at you, and Martin.
Looks like you have that one on, and he's gonna kind of move forward just to hope, jump down, do like a look that way, As he jumped down, is that one up there?
It is up there.
He's gonna be hard for him to
You
shoot
would-
from there.
You would have saw that before you jumped out.
Okay. I'll take the shot before I jump down then.
Sounds good.
Cool. Yeah. Again. Breathe. Aim. Go slack, and then squeeze and pull the trigger.
And miss.
And miss still.
Coincidentally, it hits a water pipe right above Gary that spurts open and sprays Gary on the side of the head with water.
Gary, as it splashes, kind of wiping off some of the grease off of her face, she's gonna. You're just gonna hear, "God damn it!" Is that Eric's turn?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, Gary's just gonna turn around and try to shoot this thing that's chasing her just to finish it off. And is
You
going
miss.
to miss as water continues to splash on her face, but is going to continue to move forward towards the panel. So the 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Narrowly dodging a brutal attack.
You get
and
up to
then-
this panel. It looks just like the one from before, but the wall has partially collapsed on it. The screen is cracked. The panel that you accessed before is hanging open, and there's wires everywhere. This one's in a much worse shape than the other was.
She's gonna whisper to it, there, baby. Mama's gotcha. That's my turn.
Okay. Talos.
I would like to go into the mist and try to close the door.
All right, go ahead and
Okay.
give me a Constitution saving throw as you start wading through this mist. It starts eating at your boots. You can
Oh,
kind of
awesome.
hear the hiss.
That's a 5, fam.
That is not a great roll.
Mm-mm.
You take 3 acid damage
Okay.
as
I can do
you
that.
work your way in, and you can feel your boots starting to eat away a little bit. You think the
Mhm.
longer you're here, the worse it might get.
Well, that doesn't sound good at all, fam. Can I close the door?
You can attempt to do so with an athletics check or a science check as you try and figure out a way to close the door.
Oh,
Or
it's-
engineering.
It's
Engineering, science, athletics.
not going to be engineering or science. How about a 6?
You grab a hold of this door and you start pulling, but there's just this like the metal is squealing but not going anywhere.
I don't think I can do anything else.
Nok Kor is bent down and has a hand on either side of the grates watching you. He's like, put back into it.
We'll consider taking my pistol back out, but not.
This one follows Gary. The other one tries to beat or continue to bite at Uran. Both hit their targets. Each of you take 1 damage. Both of you make Constitution, or if you're poisoned, you don't have to. So Gary passes and is still not poisoned. Uran is poisoned and remains poisoned, and it is Uran's turn.
All right, Uran will try to finish his friend off with a 15.
15, you're able to slash at it. You get a hold of it. You take some of its life away, but it's not quite dead yet.
Ah,
Doc, you're up.
Not gonna hit a pipe this time. He's gonna look down the scope and fire away.
You miss. The number of
think-
8s
I
that
think he hits the
Dr.
exact
Eric
same
Martin
pipe.
has rolled. There's another pa-ting as it hits the pipe. Gary, you have a spider harassing you, but that doesn't stop you from doing any engineering.
Yeah, she's going to maybe try to she'll look at it. Go on, get out of here. Get out of here. She turns back to the terminal and is going to try and figure out if this thing is salvageable.
Yep. Go ahead and give me an engineering check.
I would love to do that. That is a 16.
16 is exactly enough to you change a few fuses, mess around with a few wires, rewire the thing, all in just a couple seconds. You're able to at least get power back to it, and it just kind of and starts booting up. Saint. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's just understanding that the doctor's firing into the darkness, kind of in their direction. She's just gonna yell, "Just come get right up on it! Don't shoot me!" She's swapping out fuses.
Saint, a Constitution save as you are standing in acidic smoke. 10 is not enough.
Yeah, let's do it.
As this time it's 2d8 instead of 1d8 for 14 acid damage.
Okay.
And then a athletics, engineering, or science to figure out how to get this door closed.
Okay. So when you said get worse, I just thought you meant I would like still be taking damage.
Your boots are eaten away,
I get
and
that.
you are bootless.
How's that?
14 is enough. There's that metal screeching as you slam this door shut. And shortly after that, acidic smoke dissipates as it falls down into the trough.
Wonderful. I will look down at my barren feet, and I will bend over and look through the grate and say, would you happen to have boots in this facility?
I don't know. Didn't go further than the Shepa Eye.
Is he wearing boots?
He is not.
Fine. I'll start to make my way down this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. That's my turn.
All right. There's only the 2 spiders left. They take their quick bites. We'll be taking a break here shortly. I imagine Gary will roll well on this. I'm hoping at least. 9 and a 0. They both miss their bites, and it goes to Uran, who slashes it and finishes off, killing his. There's only one of these things left.
There it goes.
Which Doc Martin takes a shot at. Both of them are gone, and all of these spiders that you've seen so far are completely gone.
We really want our break.
Gary,
Yeah.
go ahead and roll.
Engineering again, yeah?
Engineering, yep. Or science, your choice.
Yeah, definitely engineering.
23, you are able to get this thing booted up. You navigate a few menus, and it doesn't take long before you hear water start to flow in the distance. And there is this, somewhere deeper within, you hear this howling hiss. It sounds like a much larger version of these spiders, much louder version of these spiders calling out before there's this massive splash as water races through all of these troughs, which is going to be really funny for some of you, as some of you might find yourselves, Gary, you find yourself about ankle deep in nasty water. Nok Kor is squatted down, and he starts treading water as he comes to the surface and climbs up. And that, as the water starts to fill these troughs, as these creatures start getting washed away as they run away from the water itself, is where we're going to pause for a few minutes to take a break. So we'll be back to see what happens after they have their nice little home. We'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for hanging out with us as we took a few minutes to stretch our legs, arms, and appendages. We pick up with the clearing out of home sweet home for the Basilisk cell as Nok Kor gathers the group around him, not too far from that particularly foul stench of an area that Gary smelled. Nok Kor stands on one of these catwalks, looks down at the water, and to give some clarity, the water is not dirty. It's just the color of the map that makes it the yellowish tinge. It's clean. It's clean water running through. There might be some oily, slick spots on it, but no one has lived above for quite some time. So this waste treatment facility is not really processing that much waste. You see the bodies of, the spiders that they don't float, rolling around at the bottom every once in a while. But generally it's It's not great, but it's not awful. And as Nok Kor stands on one of these catwalks, he looks at the group of you and goes, "You did well. Kill, seal, no more come in. Lots of shooting, stabbing, and door closing. Relax for now. Mission coming soon." And he gestures behind him, and these ramshackle shacks fill this larger room. There's even a couple boats that have floated to the surface of the water. It looks a lot like kind of a Pirates of the Caribbean-esque feel for the build of these shacks. They're definitely not original to whoever made the rest of this waste treatment facility. But they're functional. And inside, he points, a couple of the lights flicker and flicker out and flicker back in. And he starts to head toward the Stargate and says, "I get you soon. Well, maybe tomorrow. Rest."
Knock.
What?
When do we meet the man behind the curtain?
You don't. I get mission. I give mission.
No comment.
And Nok walks off back toward the Stargate if nobody stops him.
Ron, just gonna go find the sleeping quarters.
All right. There are a number of places in this room. Each one's an individual room. You can claim one if you'd like, however you would like to go about that. There is within this room one of those panels up toward the northwestern section that gives you access to the rest of the facilities. The rooms are yours for now.
I think Martin would definitely want to take a look at that panel.
Yep. So this one is fully functional. You're able to pull up some information about the planet that you're on. So I'll go ahead and pop that up. The designation is some remnant of the SGC. But yeah, you're able to pull up that bit of information, which I think I sent your way. Yep, I did.
Hold it right. Awesome.
And everything's written down. Give you a little bit of an idea. That's about it. You are able to find a general map of the entire facility. You know that the one entrance to the south east, there is another entrance to the northwest, and that's pretty much all you know. If you have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them.
What is like the tech level of the display? Like, is it like higher tech than what I would be accustomed to, or is it about the same?
So as you kind of read a little bit about the history of Tanakh in there and what it was like before, you get the sense that they advanced to a point where the Goa'uld decided to go and wipe them out. So they are probably just beyond space age before they were wiped out. And as you are able to pull up some of the information, maybe even some files that you could have saved from your time at the SGC, you know, you kind of get that sense that, you know, this happened quite a while ago.
For capabilities of what I can do with like this display,
Mhm.
am I looking at like a second monitor for my setup, or?
With a little bit of tinkering, yes. You could decide to spend a couple hours, and I will let you set that up as a second monitor and to increase your computing power.
Cool. Yeah, I think he'll probably take a room close to that. Not
Yep,
the
sounds
one
good.
just south of the one on the side.
Sure.
Talos found a small room with a single bed. He's comfortable in bare surroundings.
Okay.
Gary,
And if any of you, what? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Gary just kind of pops her head into each of the empty rooms as she moves through, kind of taking a look before finally getting to walking past all of them to this large room here at the end. She'll look around, and if anybody is looking, they'll see her pull out a measuring tape, start measuring the dimensions of the room, doing some quick math before nodding and letting her duffel bag slump to the floor. And it sounds a lot more metallic than it probably should.
After Uran has rested, he's going to spend the rest of his downtime in the gym.
Okay. So what you'll have to do then is establish a gym for yourself. So right now the base has nothing. As you find stuff, as you work on stuff, and as you have downtime, you can increase the facility levels of your gym. So there's not enough time for downtime right now, but if you want to look around and say, yeah, this is the gym, that's perfectly fine with me. It's just flavor where you place it. But yeah, downtime activities are a thing, and in between sessions, you will get bonuses for taking part in those different things. And the more stuff you find, the more you can increase the bonuses available to you.
Mm-hmm. In that case, he just wanted to scout the perimeter for holes in their defense.
Okay. You start taking a look around. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
All right.
Or survival. Either one is fine with me.
There it is. And you said survival or
investigation. Either one's fine with me. That's stealth. That's neither of the ones I said.
oh, sorry. Bah. You said wrong button. Investigation. There we go.
Right.
Of course.
Well, we'll take the 14 from your roll because there's no reason not to, for a total of 18. You start looking around. You're able to discern there are some places like down here to the south where a pipe will lead to another section of the base. This particular room is mostly one large entrance, except for that escape on that side. This is probably one of the more secure and securable rooms because of that. There's no real obvious way in except straight through the front. As you assess everything else, you do get the sense the base isn't really protected. If someone came through the Stargate, there wouldn't be anything stopping them from just going wherever they wanted. So you would recognize if anyone does figure out the address for the planet where you all live, they will find you. Anything else in particular anyone wants to do before we complete the long rest?
Talos is doing what Talos would be doing in this situation, pretty much just going around and looking at everything and getting a sense of what their new headquarters looks like.
Okay. You kind of come across the same things. There's not too much else to learn other than that. If you wander far to the northern section where the group of you hadn't been, it is a bit more winding up that direction, and there are a few more of those spider-like creatures that are kind of hangers-on that way. And when you get to the far north, there is this massive well where the water is pouring down into it, and a very large web of those spider creatures is kind of hanging from the ceiling up there, but a waterfall has cut through the center of it, and it's just kind of hanging there fluttering. You get the sense that something very large was there at one time. But yeah, that's kind of the sense you get as you look around. You can explore as much as you want or go wherever you'd like. And I'll have the lights turned the rest of the way on for next session.
Did I find another monitor?
There is, yes, that's what that is.
Okay. I would tell everyone about that too.
Yep. So there are 4 of these panels spread throughout different places in the facility. They have various controls over odds and ends, things like the lights. It doesn't take too long before you learn you can turn the lights off and on from there. You can control the water flow. You can increase the water flow another step, which would flood just about everything except for the highest points of the facility. That's probably the only defensive measure you have at the moment, is you can just about flood the place. And that's about it. Anything else before the long rest ends? They're yelling and they're screaming, but you can't tell what they're singing.
Oh, and I just realized that the stream couldn't hear me. But Gary's doing Gary stuff. Listen to Gary tunes.
Yep, perfect.
Is it okay that I'm moving my token around everywhere?
Oh yeah, it's all free terrain.
Okay, cool. So what's this is the giant spiderweb thing you were talking about?
Yep, and there's a waterfall through the middle of it where something at some point was positioned on it and has fallen through.
I'm glad we didn't go that direction. Okay.
And if you see any spiders, it's because I couldn't find them to delete them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, just so you don't get too concerned up there by yourself.
Yep. I mean, I got 4 hit points in a dream right now, so first sign of danger, he go back.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yep, it's gone. It was on your layer. I thought it was on different. Oh no, that was GM layer. Okay, yeah, you couldn't even see that big ugly thing. All right. Yeah, there we go. All right. If there's nothing else, you can reconvene at the Stargate, and we can go to Act 2.
I vote the reconvene.
Same.
Yep. You're able to have a long rest. It is... The odor in this place is primarily just from those dead spiders, and you can almost feel it being washed away. It's almost as though the waste management, it doesn't just do the water, but even the air is purified a little bit down here. It seems like with some time, this could actually be a pretty decent place. It needs some work, some more defenses, but it could be something one day. As you make your way back to, and I will help out Uran. The next morning, and morning is a relative term. A few hours pass, and you find yourselves kind of awaking, milling about again. You make it back to where the Stargate is, and Nok Kor is standing there waiting for you, has his Matak staff at hand, and next to him, hovering, is a device that it looks... it's like the rusted top of R2-D2. It is a reconnaissance probe. It's hovering about 4 feet off the ground. Itself is pretty good size, has some various appendages hanging down below, an antenna coming off. One barrel on it seems threatening, but not overly threatening. Nok Kor sees you and goes, "Did all sleep well?"
Uran just,
As well as you can expect in a place like this.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think the smell offends him.
try sleeping with mask Air poison.
Not a bad idea.
It could be worse.
That it could.
But you did well. It is true, though, that Basilisk does not coddle. We provide opportunities. You, and he points to the Stargate over his shoulder, will go. Your destination? Well, that is something for you to find out. I believe the Tauri call it P3X582. Your mission? To raid it. Collect what you want. Return here alive. I will tell you, the vault is west of the Shapa Eye. Avoid the main paths unless you want captured. This, and he gestures to the flying device next to him, is a probe. He bends over next to the DHD, pulls out this device that's about the size of a 1980s laptop with a cantaloupe on top of it. He says, "This is a vacuum. Vacuum sees what probe sees. You send in probe, you explore, then you go through Shapa Eye. Very stupid to jump through without knowing what's on the other side."
Yeah, I've been through gates before.
Oh ho
I've used a probe before too.
Got a hot shot here, folks.
Very
Well.
nice. Well, I don't care about the shots that you take that are hot. Just go. And he is going to begin dialing. Sets in the all the chevrons. They lock in. The Stargate opens up. He says, "I believe it's 38 minutes in your time before this closes. It is yours." And Nok Kor kind of steps away, and the reconnaissance probe and the vacuum are just sitting there ready to be used.
I think Dr. Eric Martin will go up and grab the vacuum, try
Okay.
and send the probe through.
The probe fairly steadily glides over, passes through, and there's this as it goes through the puddle itself. And after a few moments, the probe pops out the other side. And if all is right with the world, you should be able to see. All of you can control this this probe as if it were your own token, but it's probably for the sake of not getting super confused by it. It might be good if just primarily one person does.
I feel like
Yes.
Dr. Eric going up to it and taking the vacuum, you should probably be the one to control it then.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Real quick, before we get too deep into exploring this place, hey, GM,
Yeah.
does Talos or Talos' symbiote know anything about P3X582?
As soon as probe data starts coming through,
Mhm.
You will recognize it, yes.
Okay.
And I will send you information while I describe it to the rest of them.
Okay.
Let me pull up this. In fact, I'm going to send this.
You muted yourself.
As soon as the probe slips through the puddle, the image flickers, comes into being, and you're able to see where it's sitting. What's immediately apparent is the platform that the gate is on is glowing with this blue energy that seems to extend up in a dome around the general area. Around you is this oasis. There's water everywhere. You seem to have come out at night when the moon is up, or the two moons are up. The ruins before you, a yellow crackling energy bridges the gap between the stone platform the Stargate is on and a second stone platform. That second platform has hieroglyphics carved into the side, and standing there are two massive statues. One of them has the face of a jackal, and the other ones, both of them have faces of jackals. You see a DHD not too far away. That's the blue circle here, just for clarity. Yeah, that is immediately what you see. Feel free to use the probe and ask any questions you would like.
I assume this void space is water, yes?
Yes, it's water reflecting the night sky.
And not just the endless void sea below us.
Right, yes.
Okay, episode 1, we're taking on Cthulhu. Let's go.
You're afraid of water.
Yeah, so I think just gonna start moving the probe around towards the west, as that's where we were told to head.
Yep.
If I see anything too special.
Well, there's a couple things. There's a lot of carvings on the platform that those two massive statues are on. The two massive statues have writing on them. The DHD is there. Might be a good idea to see if it works. There appears to be around this signs of combat, probably not too long ago. And as you get that far, you can see that blue dome comes to an end.
The blue dome being like a force field around the whole thing? Is that what's going on?
That's certainly an interpretation of the blue dome around the area.
Should I make a check on that, or?
You certainly can. Science would be appropriate.
Science. I still have my Eureka points from a couple failures before, so I'm gonna use one to gain advantage on this.
Okay.
It's very useful. I got 11 instead of a
11.
10. Do I get that? Do I get my Eureka point back?
You get your Eureka point back, yes.
Ah, yes, the refund. Perfect.
And what you notice, so your best assessment using the probe sensors is it's probably an energy field of some kind. But that's pretty much all you're able to pick up through the sensors without getting closer.
It does seem to be centered on the gate, though, yeah?
It seems to be centered on the glowing hieroglyphics underneath the gate, yes.
Gotcha. All right. Can everyone else, when I'm doing this,
everyone can see.
Everyone can see. Okay, I just wanted to make sure if anyone else wants to like point something out or look at something, I'm welcome to zoom in on it or whatever as the pilot.
You're basically all gathered around a cantaloupe-sized ball that is relaying this image.
So question about the combat, the signs of combat that look like they're not from that long ago. Is there an indication of like what kind of weaponry left the markings?
You can make a culture check or a investigation check.
It's definitely going to be culture. That's a nat 1 for 6.
Well, they're the combat-y kinds of combatant damage.
Ah, yes.
In fact, you're not certain it wasn't just a lightning strike. In fact, you're starting to doubt it was even combat damage. It was definitely combat damage,
I think.
Anything else you want to investigate?
Hey, Doc, those writings mean anything to you?
Yeah, can I take a look at the writings?
Yep. So there's writings on the platform itself. There's writings of the hieroglyphics, and there's writings on each of the statues. Any of them in particular?
Let's start with the statue.
All right. Give me a culture check.
Any chance I can get some help from the? Can I?
I would absolutely help you with that.
All right.
And tell you that I recognize at least some of the text.
So I'll roll that with advantage. There we go. Natural 20.
A natural 20. So there are a number of things that you're able to piece together looking at the writings on these statues. The two statues have iconography consistent with the Goa'uld Wapwewet. You kind of rack your brain for a second. Wapwewet was an Egyptian god dedicated to guiding the deceased through the frequently dangerous paths to the afterlife, clearing the way to the final judgment of the dead. You also recall from the research you've done before that Wapwewet has always been a vassal, a subservient Goa'uld to one master or another. And last you knew, Wapwewet was subservient to Anubis.
But before that, Apophis, right?
Before that, Apophis, I'd have to look at the list somewhere else. Basically, every Goa'uld system lord,
faced everyone. Basically,
every Goa'uld system lord that's been defeated has been the master to Wapwewet. I very specifically picked each of them.
Kronos, I think he was on
Kronos
that list.
is one. So the crocodile-headed one.
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Cool.
So it's funny how none of their names just are not coming to mind at the moment. But yes, every single one, including Ra, who's been defeated during the Stargate program, Wapwewet has been subservient to.
I'm trying to figure out what I want to do because the player, I'm pretty sure, knows exactly what happened here at this point. The meta knowledge from watching Phoenix.
So can we
that's
go
why I didn't
in,
watch.
or what's the deal?
I mean, it seems like the immediate surroundings on the other side are safe at the moment.
I mean,
Force
Iran's
field
got his
gives
knife.
me-
Should be all right. Ain't that right? No?
Huh?
Well, alrighty then. I just don't see the point of wasting time or whatever kind of light that is on the other side.
Two things that worry me yet. We should make sure the DHD works before we head through, and we should give a check to see if that force field is something that we're going to be able to get out of. But maybe we can do that last one on the other side. Let me use the probe to check the DHD is not tampered with.
Yep. It is able to assess exactly what you need it to. That's one of the purposes of the reconnaissance probe. The data comes back as a fully functional DHD.
Can I pop open that panel and look for?
While there'd be no reason for you to, if you'd like to, you can.
Okay. I will. Looks like it's all operational. Should be able to dial back. Power looks good. I say we go through. We can dial back, make sure it works, and send the probe back through, so we don't have to do it later.
Ron starts walking in.
Before we go through, Iran, if I can have a moment of all of our time. I know that I'm abrasive. I just want you to know that my hesitance before was because I didn't know what you were all capable of. It seems like we all have our skill sets. Some of us are stronger at physical things, and others are stronger at mechanical things, and some strong with mental things. My boots, not so strong. I just want you to know that I think it's important that we understand each other's skill sets and trust each other to handle what we can handle. Sound reasonable?
Uran looks at you and says, I'll find guy with shoes your size. And then just walks out.
So mechanically, I was using one of my class abilities, Inspire, too.
Oh, okay. So I'm more motivated to find you shoes.
Everybody gets 4 temporary hit points.
Hell yeah.
And you are technically inspired, though none of my feats work without mission points that we don't have.
Your feats you get.
They have costs.
Really?
You get,
yeah.
Don't you get 2 free when you with your leveling?
Usually
history?
there's a free one. Let me I'll look real quick.
Okay.
While you're looking that up, Gary would side up to Doc, kind of noticing that he's hesitant about going through or whatever. Hey, listen, man, how about you hand me over that gun? Your, let's see, what do you got a sidearm there? You using it all?
They'll pull out a Beretta pistol. And you really didn't come with anything?
Ha. She'll take it in her hands, and like narratively she would have done this in the long rest, but she's gonna do some calibrations on the doctor's sidearm, so it'll provide an extra D4 to attack rolls against targets at a short range until the next long rest. And so she'll just take it, make a couple of tweaks, and clear the chamber, check it, reload, and hold it up. Extra lethal for any, conduits of liquid inside the body or otherwise.
Sure, I'll shoot up all the pipes. I'll take it and reholster it.
Great.
So Saint,
Mm-hmm.
you get 1 feat from page 98 for free.
From page 98.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
those function.
The cost is not to make it work. Oh, okay. No, I got it now.
The cost is to buy it.
Now I understand.
Yep.
Oh,
Got
Thank
it.
you.
So, for chat, leveling up in this game, when you get from level 1 to level 5, you have set bonuses you receive, set abilities that are tied to your class. Once you get past level 5, you earn mission points, which are actually used to level up, but we're using, I'm kind of mixing milestone leveling with the mission points. Once you get past level 5, you earn mission points for doing good things on the mission that you can then use to buy additional feats from anywhere. So every feat does have an MP cost, but that's only relevant if your ability doesn't say you get this particular thing for free or that particular thing for free.
Then everybody that has temporary hit points while you're inspired, at 3rd level, I have 2 inspirations.
Yep.
So the 2 I had picked were Calm and Collected and Clear Focus. Calm and Collected, everyone, while you have your temporary hit points, you get advantage on intelligence saves. And I'm going to go with F. Murray Abraham.
Wait, are we level 3?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crap. All right. That makes sense.
And because we don't,
those rolls are making a lot more sense.
okay, so you all have advantage while you have temporary hit points on intelligence saves, and you have advantage on insight checks.
Okay. Insight checks and intelligence saves. All right. That's really funny, Rob, by the way.
That was eventually going to happen.
I don't have any skills that help other people.
Selfish.
No kidding. So the 4 of you then, after the pep talk, pass through the puddle of this open Stargate. There is the whoosh of energy as you are pulled through the wormhole between these 2 Stargates, and in kind of a jerk and a jolt, you arrive at this oasis. The probe hovering nearby. As you pass through, there is a few moments, and then the gate closes behind you with a whoosh. And all you really hear is the gentle hum of this bright blue field beneath you and around you.
Iran is going to turn off his flashlight, and he's going to turn to his party. Do not point light in air. We don't know who's here. As he basically walks toward the perimeter to see if he can see if anyone noticed their arrival.
Go ahead and make a perception check as you work your way around. And I can actually turn your flashlights off if you want me to. I just wanted to check that real quick.
I thought you needed them for like line of sight or something. 13.
13. You take a look around, and there doesn't seem to be any immediate threat around you. It seems that it's likely that this field that is around the Stargate is kind of intended to minimize any threats that come from the Stargate. So it doesn't appear to be guarded at the moment. You do, with a 13, you do also notice that the hieroglyphics around the Stargate do seem to be translatable. There's some kind of message to them.
Do I know that language?
You wouldn't, but there's others who would. I mean, a Tok'ra would. You'd know that a Tok'ra would.
All right.
Gary would follow across the bridge. She would, if it's bright enough that she can see without the flashlight, she would turn it off in favor of the kind of quieter night light, and would move up next to the probe, kind of cooing at it as she gets closer. Oh, who's my cute little portal jumper? Oh, you are. She kind of like nudges it a little bit, and will get close to the DHD and just wants to get eyes on it physically, just to kind of give it a look over.
Yep.
If I see Uran trying to read something and it looks like they're not successful, I would go over and look at it.
Yep. So you take a look at the blue lettering around the Stargate, and there is a... So you being Tok'ra and your familiarity with the Goa'uld, you recognize it as a prayer of sorts, kind of one of the many ways that they reinforce their deity-ness to those they've enslaved. And the message reads, Wapwewet, opener of ways, guide of armies, destroyer of enemies.
I would relay that prayer to everybody and explain that it was a prayer.
I've tossed that into chat for everyone in 2 different places.
Dr. Martin was kind of looking at that. Is there any indication of if it's related to the force field at all? If you'd be able to tell that from where he's at.
Give me a science check.
Sure. And I'll do the whole advantage thing with another Eureka and see if I get my refund back. Doesn't look like it. 25.
25. You take a look at this, and it seems to play 2 roles. It is much more intimidating than necessary. There seems to be some Goa'uld theatrics going on, but it is also the power source and the origin of this force field that goes everywhere. You think you could probably disarm it from here in a more permanent manner with how high that science roll was. In fact, you're positive you could. But you also know that it's likely that there's a shut-off device within somewhere, and there's probably a way to turn it on and off from outside. So if you turn it off at the source, you can effectively disable the ability to turn it on and off from anywhere else.
All right, I can turn this thing off forever, or there should be a shut-off switch somewhere on here.
Is there a reason we can't just turn it off forever?
Nope, just gonna take a little bit more time if you guys have already found the button. But
well, when
I
you
can
say
get started.
When you say forever, though, you mean that we can take it and turn it back on somewhere else, right?
The analogy would be you can unplug it from the wall, or you can find the remote control. You have the option to unplug it from the wall.
Could we unplug it and take some of what we're unplugging?
You may.
Without disabling the thing?
Well, it would disable it, and we'd also take it.
It would disable it,
we
but
can
you'd
use
also
it
get
for
part of
Got
it.
it. Yeah, parts, yes.
How about we
That's a
move
clever
that
idea.
to our pad, huh? force filled on a undefensible or a defensiveless sewage facility. That might come in handy.
Agreed.
Especially if we can lock him in with toxins.
Well, I do know where the door is to release
Now-
those.
And it's not nice to talk about Iran like that. Come on.
Important to note before things get crazy and we can't talk about this. Besides defenses, we need ammunition, medicine, weapons, boots.
In that order?
Well, I had my backup boots, so we're fine. But if anything happens to these,
Seems like a good order.
So would you like to disable the force field now?
Yes, I'd like to give it a try.
You can start working on it. There's no need to do anything else. You rolled plenty high enough to understand how this thing functions. It takes a few minutes, but you are able to disconnect, deactivate. It's Goa'uld technology, so you collect a handful of crystals that you are fairly certain you could interface with stuff at home to plug in and get to work in a different setting. So you can add to your list of stuff, force field crystals, whatever you want to call them, so you know where they came from. And as you take one out, the shimmer of blue around you kind of wiggles a little bit, and then it begins to fade, and the light within the platform fades as well as the entire force field goes down.
Gary's gonna watch as this thing melts away and almost to herself be like, you know what I never understood about these Goa'uld sons of bitches? Why they gotta make such a fuss about everything? About themselves? Like, I mean, what that prayer, destroyer of enemies, it's just a little heavy-handed, don't you think?
Fear, easiest way to gain faith.
I guess.
Likely not for the enemies and more for the servants.
A little tacky, is all I'm saying.
I don't disagree.
I agree as well.
All right. Shields down, open the DHD, and send the probe back through and see if we can't get off to the west.
Iran will lead that, and he would like to roll survival to see if he can get us there without any issues.
So we will have a special kind of encounter for the travel.
Any issues dialing back and sending the probe through?
Nope, that you are able to dial. The chevrons lock into place. The wormhole opens, and the probe is able to go back through. Congratulations, you didn't break your probe.
Yeah.
Did Gary just go with?
What?
I think you took Gary.
No.
Oh no! Oh, never mind.
No,
Oh,
Gary's right there next to
Gary's
you.
right there.
Gary's just leaning up, kind of just thinking to herself a little bit.
It's just very like doesn't stick out. It's like she's like on a like opacity level or something.
She's
Might just be
chilling.
the flashlights off. That's what it is.
And the other thing all of you notice is there's enough of you gathered around here. One at the base of one of these statues appears to be what would have been the control panel for the force field. So just, I mean, at 25 on science, you understand this thing implicitly. So just being close by, you're able to see it. It works the same way that the there is this scarab that sits in the middle of that can be moved to the different areas, and if you connect the things in a certain order, different things happen. And because Thalos can read Goa'uld, you know what each of these sets of symbols are. The one at the top is the cartouche for Wapwewet's name. The one to the right at so if you're going in order from top around, The top right one is a verb that means the one who opens. The right middle one at the 3 o'clock position means armies, soldiers, archers. The bottom right one is a verb that means the one who destroys. The bottom left is a noun. It means paths or ways or roads, something like that. The left middle is another verb, the one who guides. And the top left is criminals, rebels, or enemies. So essentially everything that you read on that platform is represented here in some way. That is all the information from that. Dials up, probe goes through, and anything else before beginning to go west? So in this game, there is a type of encounter that is called a traversal encounter. So the way that this works is essentially I set up a deck of cards that has all the different stuff that could happen along your journey. As you do your journey, when you succeed at a challenge, it gets rid of some of those cards. It kind of makes it inconsequential time. And when you fail, if all of you fail, generally something bad happens. So it is kind of an opportunity to experience a few odds and ends that happen along the way. It also represents a longer journey. So this isn't something that just happens in a couple minutes. This is something that could take a while. So with that in mind, you shut down the force field, you send the probe back through, and as given the only instructions of going west, west is when you begin to go. So at the moment, it is still dark out. It's night out. And you begin crossing the sand. There doesn't seem to be a lot of roads. There's really only one path, and that leads off to the east. So you're going the exact opposite direction of wherever this path took you. And as you start to cross, there's a couple hours in the mid of the night when nothing eventful happens for a while until you reach another oasis. But unlike this oasis, or unlike the oasis you just left from, this one is completely devoid of life. There's just a few desiccated trees and plants poking around in the sand. You've been traveling for a couple hours in the desert. What I need is for everyone to give me a nature check.
Give me something that I have a +5. Talos got a 20, dirty.
Dirty 20, perfect.
I got a 9.
A 9, not great, but it's a number.
I got a natural 1.
That's even worse than a 9.
It's true. It's true.
And then a 15. So the way that these checks basically work is because at least 2 of you passed, it's like a group check. You all pass. And for each time you successfully pass, that gets rid of 2 cards. So out of my stack of cards, I started with 13. You have successfully navigated 1. And because 2 of you passed, 2 more of those cards kind of disappear.
Gotcha.
So basically there's 11 cards left. When all the cards are gone, that's when you reach your destination. To answer the questions about the light, I didn't give that map light. So you only saw what your flashlights were illuminating. So that answers that question. Oh, and then I have to give myself 2 cards. What did I just do? Oh, I just opened the source. That's not what I want to do. I practiced this like 3 times and I still can't get there. Did it. Perfect. This one has succeeded, so this one gets removed. Perfect. All right, I figured it out. You continue on for a few more hours. Your first set of 3 hours of traveling through the desert it's not hot, it's cold. It's miserable. There's not any sounds around. There's not anything else going on. It is just this boredom of passing through. What do you all talk about as you are making your way through the desert?
Are the stars like? Is it a clear sky?
It is a clear sky, yes.
I think for a little bit at least, Eric will probably look up and kind of try to do his astronomy ability and figure out where Earth is technically.
Okay.
And then also where Tanakh is as well, based off of the knowledge of where what the gate address is. Should be
Okay.
able to like in reality, this seems like a very, very hard thing to do, but in Stargate lore, people do it. So like with technology, I probably, knowing the gate address to this place, would be able to figure out where we are, what the dial back is, and then where things are in the night sky based off of constellations.
Did you bring your laptop with you?
Yes.
Okay. So this is even with the knowledge of how to do it, they
Gotcha.
still run it through the computers to figure it out. So give me a science check,
Sure.
and we'll see how close you can get.
12. I'm not
12.
using a Eureka point for it.
You plug in a few numbers, you plug in the gate addresses, and the program starts running, but I don't know, maybe you misidentified a constellation or something. The results, they just aren't making too much sense.
I'll gain a Eureka point then. I failed an intelligence check.
That's true. That's true.
I gave you guys advantage on intelligence checks.
Oh yeah, actually I did.
So
have
you did get a
advantage.
23.
Oh, no, that was
I did
saves. That was saves.
That was just
That was
saves.
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 Yeah,
Saves.
Sorry.
Okay, so saves. All right, never
My
mind.
bad. Sorry.
All right. What about the rest of you as you're passing through the desert in the middle of the night?
Oran is just using perception to look out for anything he might perceive as a threat. Wow. Well, actually, would tracking count of him trying to just find a path that whoever would know where the thing is might have went to? Like, are we following that west to find where we're going?
You were given an indiscriminate direction west of the gate, so that's part of why this is such a journey. So yeah, something like tracking or survival would be probably quite helpful to keep you on track.
I knew I should have picked that one.
No, it's cool. I'll roll survival and I roll it with advantage for 14.
14? 14's enough to give you a decent idea of what's going on. As you come up to another one of these dried out oases, you can see that there are very old remains among the trees. So while the scraggly trees that have long dried out are just barely sticking up above the sand, there's a couple places where it's either the remnants of a fabric that's long dried out or a leather. You get the sense that there were people here at some point. They probably move around a lot. So your survival instincts are, if you're reaching dried oases, you're probably going, well, you're at least going from oasis to oasis, which seems a natural thing to do for wandering in the desert. Speaking of, you reach that next oasis, and everyone needs to give me another nature check. 14, a 7, a 13, and a 9. For this check, as you're... Oh, it's a question.
To say, if I do have a thing where I can spend a Eureka point to add a TD if I know I failed.
You know you failed.
All right, I'll spend one and roll a... There.
So that is
that
enough
becomes
to...
a 20.
That's good because that doesn't get you lost. If everyone fails, you essentially get lost and cards go back. So that puts you above the success. Everyone kind of just stops in this oasis, and there is this just a sense of dryness that overcomes you. Any of you bring a water bottle with you, or did you come to the desert planet without water?
Oh no, Gary's got her Nalgene.
It's definitely a time where you're overcome with a sense of just having to stop, take a drink, and just hope that this ends soon.
Thalos is unfazed by any of this.
Okay.
think as a way to narrate how my Eureka point played into my TD, can I say that my computer finished its calculation at this point, and with that I figure out where one of them are, doesn't matter which one, and I kind of suddenly realize that we're actually off course of west, and so like I'm able to redirect us from getting lost by actually, if that's, we need to go a little bit more this direction. I think we'll be more westward towards where we're aimed.
Perfect. Just as everyone's getting ready to kind of take a deep breath and start heading off, there's that doodle chime of your equation finishing, and you discover exactly what you did. A few more hours pass as you travel through, and the sun begins to rise. As it does, the desert begins to heat, and it begins to heat quickly. This isn't a normal morning peacefulness in the desert. The sun seems to be reflecting off the area of sand that you're walking through. There are glints as the sun bounces up into your eyes to try and make your way forward, and it starts to get very warm very, very quickly. And over the course of the next several hours walking west, it just gets unreasonably hot through this section of desert this early, and I need everyone to make survival checks for me.
He said 22 for Talos.
22, a 10, a 16, and a 15. So everyone except for Gary passes. So Gary, the heat really gets to her. It is dry. You find yourself just draining your canteen over and over again, drawing from your canteen rather over and over again. It's trying to get some moisture, as it just is so bad. Everyone else is just kind of coasting, making your way along, seeming to make progress.
Oh, hey guys, it's pretty hot out here, huh? Whew. I am baking, and not the fun way.
You should have some of my water.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'll just help myself here.
It's fine. I brought 2.
It's good. It's great.
I got it from the trenches in our headquarters.
If it's good enough for you, it's good enough for me, man.
You both need to make a Constitution save.
A few more hours pass, and the sun starts to get high in the desert. It's probably a good idea to start looking for shelter of some kind. It's never good to be walking at the height of the heat, especially when you are sneaking your way to some uncertain location. You find a rocky outcropping not too far away. During your travels, you make your way over, and as you get close, in the sand outside of it, you just notice there seems to be a lot of movement around some unusually round rocks close by. You can't get too good of a look from here, but there's something up next to these rocks.
Can I get a better look through a scope?
You certainly can. Go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage.
Sure. Natural 20 for 22.
As soon as your scope kind of scans the area around the rock and you get a really good look, you focus in a little bit. There's a couple clicks as you get a better view, and what comes into focus are a clutch of eggs. And almost all of them have hatched, and squirming over the top of each other are a whole bunch of like 1.5 foot, 2 foot long worms that you can see from here.
Looks like there's a bunch of worms.
What do you mean? Worms?
worm's probably about this big, judging by the gauge finder. Here, I'm gonna take a look through the scope.
All right. What are the odds?
Up there.
What are the odds that they eat human kidneys?
GM, what are the odds that they eat human kidneys?
Well,
Never mind, I got my answer.
What your group would know, you can see they have mouths, and there's like 2 little tentacles at the end of each mouth, but it's kind of hard to get too good of an idea of what they might eat.
When I saw the Shaba, I was fairly confident I knew where we were, which was confirmed by the text, which means those are sandworms. They absolutely eat us, as well as being everywhere. The desert was filled with them. That is not their normal size.
Talking like dune sandworms.
Maybe a little smaller.
All right.
Ron is going to suggest we avoid them.
What?
The thing is, Uran, if there are eggs and there are babies, there is a mother somewhere around.
Didn't we leave?
A
Aw,
nature or a stealth check.
What?
Oof.
I can do performance for this,
man.
right? No, I'm kidding.
I actually have a feature I would like to use here, please. Let me read and make
Yep.
sure that it's relevant.
Mm-hmm.
My stealth is a +6, and I rolled a 1.
Yep.
Do we all need to make this?
Yes, everyone does.
Oh, never mind. That doesn't work. Dang it. I mean, it's populated by, but not by the thing that would help. So nature or stealth, I gotta go.
Nature or stealth.
God damn it.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna use my last Eureka point to roll a TD and maybe make a difference of not completely failing.
Next time I know that
14.
14.
You know what? I'm just going all out to use the reroll I got from chat on this one.
Do it.
Okay.
next free roll I get, I'm
18.
holding to the end of the game.
18. So, Eric is the only one to succeed at this. As you start to try and circumvent the rocks, you cross over a dune and you can see that there are a number of other stony outcroppings nearby. Probably ought to put you over somewhere like this. And your best path is probably through the center of the rocks. It's probably a good idea to get to rocks as quickly as possible. It just seems safer when dealing with, massive worms of indeterminate size and location. So I'm going to toss you all on here. I'm going to move the cards that I moved. And yeah, go ahead.
I would like to climb on this rock.
You start climbing up the side of the rock. I'm not going to make you do any checks or anything like that. All of you kind of climb up. You find yourselves on top of these rocks. The smaller of the two is about 12 feet off the ground. The bigger is about 15, 20 feet off the ground. You make your way up to the top of each of them. And as you're sitting there, one thing becomes painfully apparent. It is coming on noon locally in the desert. And yes, you are off the sand, but it's getting hot.
What you're saying is we're out of the sand and into the frying rock.
Exactly. Do you want to try and hang out here for a few hours, or try and go further through.
Gary's gonna look at Uran. You gambler?
You're not safe. I say we leave.
Sounds like you like the odds. Hey, buckaroos. Hey, listen. I prefer my eggs Benedict, not fried. So I'd rather just take my chances with the worms. At least that's something we can shoot at versus.
Seems like good odds to me. I think getting to our destination quicker is probably worth it as well. Thoughts, Thalos?
Thalos seemed content to just stand there and wait it out, but since the group is all against them, they will agree. Let us move.
So everyone starts climbing back down off their rocks after a few minutes consideration. And as you get to the bottom of the rocks, I'd like everyone to give me a perception check.
Come on, baby. That's a
Hit the wrong
21.
button twice now.
14 for Talo.
That's why I hit the wrong button.
14 for Martin as well. And if I failed, I get a Eureka point.
We will find out. Everyone that so yes, Eric, you failed. But as all of you climb to the bottom of these rocks, it is Gary that notices movement beneath the sand in the patch toward the center of the stones.
How much sand do I see moving there, boss?
Well, you just see movement there. It's not like something's cresting and waving.
Right.
It's more like, I don't know, almost like something swimming in a circle, for lack of a better descriptor.
Okay. Gary's going to put a hand out to Uran and kind of tap on his arm and point at it, calling attention to it. Say, listen, let's stay away from that lazy river there. Huh? How about that? And she'll kind of motion to Martin and Talos and just kind of, gesture eyes on it and suggest that they take a wide berth.
And the doctor grabbed like a rock or like a sizable pebble from this structure as he's moving down off of it.
Sure, any size you want.
Chunkable. Where was it coming from again on the map? Sorry, I missed the ping.
The discolored area.
Gotcha, the discolored area. How far could I throw a thing? Probably not 60 feet.
If you grabbed like a baseball-sized rock, you could chuck it 60 feet.
Gary's gonna watch as the doctor's doing this, and is gonna do one of these.
He's gonna wait. He's not gonna just throw it. He's picking it up to throw if it starts moving towards. He's gonna try and move away from it, though. It's supposed to be like a distraction if something goes bad. This is planned,
Okay.
to be clear.
Because what it looks like is that I'm gonna poke it.
All right.
That's how
No,
that read.
the thought was it's probably the thought was I'm thinking tremors, and you throw something one place to cause a distraction,
Gotcha,
and then move the
gotcha.
other way. That's what I was
Or
thinking.
you throw something to wake it up in this instance.
Yeah, which is why he's not throwing it right away unless it moves, and then he'll try and
So
maybe. He's not doing anything yet. He's preparing himself to do something.
your choices, to give you some bearing of mechanical consequence, You can continue going the way you need to go, which is going to pass by the suspicious area of sand. Or you can lose a few hours to circumnavigate a different direction. Or you can try and hang out for a few hours on the rocks and hope that the thing goes away. So yeah, 3 mechanical consequences to the decision.
Besides one.
Yeah, besides standing behind Dr. Eric, in case he goes to throw the rock to stop his hand from going, Talos is happy to do whatever. Seems content to wait.
Doc?
Yeah?
What's your vote? Uran
Thought we already-
saying Uran's saying sneak by. Talos is fine to just chill. Our options are sneak by, go around, or stay and wait. We've got one for sneak by, we've got one for stay and wait.
Let's go for a sneak by, and if anything happens, I can chuck the rock to cause a distraction, maybe?
Talos is cool with whatever. Talos is cool with whatever.
As you go chuck the rock and like mime it, he like his hand like kind of
Yeah. Sneak by it is.
Slip and drop it. No,
So I need a stealth check from everyone as you try and sneak by this area of sand.
no -1. No -1. Oh my god.
Hey. I did all right. I did
So-
okay.
I am going to position all of you.
but throw that rock.
You're going to throw that rock, it's going to hit Gary in the back of the head. It just turns around.
The group of you start to break off and split around to go past this. And for whatever reason, you look over at Gary, and Gary's like taking a sliding step and then shuffling and then taking another sliding step and then stepping backwards a little bit and then forwards really quickly. And everyone just kind of pauses to look. And you can't help but say, "What?" And when the three of you say "what" simultaneously is when this massive 40-foot long serpentine creature starts to rise out of the center of the sand. I'm going to clear this, and it would probably be a good idea to roll initiative.
But you say good idea, but no. Not good.
Natural 20, that, sure.
I love nat 20s on initiative because they always feel like such a waste.
Oh my goodness, that's 3 ones in a row.
Dude, Robotic, what is going on, my guy?
Roll 20 hates me, man.
This is
That
not
seems
okay.
pretty
That
clear
is
at this point.
Painful.
You got some
So
real dice to
painful.
switch to.
Every campaign, it's like this.
As this thing's body bursts out, you see these 4 massive teeth outside of a sucking mouth in the center that's probably big enough to swallow any one of you whole. Dr. Martin.
That looks pretty doom-wormy to me. He's going to do some backing up and then kind of look to see if anyone's looking to... Are people like arming themselves to fight this thing, I assume? More or less what it looks like.
Actually, can I ask a question real fast,
Go
GM?
ahead.
Since you established that I do know what these things are, do I also have an understanding of our chances?
So these things are big. These things are angry. But they're not. This one is definitely killable.
Okay, yeah. Then I Talos will be getting ready to fight it.
And there's something I was thinking and I just lost it, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do some backing up and then a shoot on it.
All right. Sounds good.
Trying to maybe position himself a little bit a ways. Maybe take the shot from here and
Take that shot.
yeah. I'm trying to think if there was something I wanted to do, but I completely forgot it, so I'm just gonna go. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit.
Ooh, it'll be 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. You take a few steps back and lift your rifle. Take a shot. It rips through the body of this creature. It just.
I know the thing. I'm not sure if this is. So we did get a reveal a stat from chat earlier. I think it might be. Can we get like HP on this thing?
You can get HP on this thing. Is it the total HP or the current HP?
Either. I can calculate with the minus. I guess unless it's been pre-damaged, which I wouldn't know. Total.
It's total is 44.
Okay. At least 34 to go, maybe less. That's his turn.
Okay. Gary.
Gary is going to see this thing come up out of the ground despite her very clever footwork trying to simulate the natural movement of sand moved by the wind. Thank you very much. She's going to take off running. Which way do we need to head? Is it like up on the map?
There is a hole right over here.
Okay, that's where we're headed. Sick.
Yep.
Okay, so she's gonna go. Let me zoom back in here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Trying to kind of duck down behind this little bit of plant life. And as she does, she's gonna she's actually gonna dash and keep going. So 1, 2, 3, 4. To get here, here. To lean up on the rock and try and get some cover, like being able to duck around the side. She is gonna pull her long arm off of her shoulder and get ready and call for Uran to like get a move on.
Talos.
Talos is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This rock here, is it? Could I get on that rock with one movement without dashing?
You would have to make an athletics check when you get to that rock to climb up it. This is a bit more of a stressful situation than before,
Okay.
so it will require a check to get up
Sure.
safely.
And that athletics check will eat my action or no?
It will eat your action, yes.
Okay. Then Talos will run to here, turn and fire.
Okay.
Switching his P90 to burst.
Sounds good. An 11 will miss.
I said single shot. Didn't you hear me? Let's finish my turn.
3 bullets rake the side of this creature, but don't seem to bother it. Uran.
Uran is going to run up to our new friend and stab him with his combat knife.
Gary's gonna scream as you do that. Wrong way!
That is finally that is a 24.
That will hit.
I kid you not, 8 damage.
8 damage. All right. You run up to it with Gary screaming in the background and drive your knife deep into the side of this thing. And it like its body lifts up and you can feel yourself lifting with it a little bit. And then like the knife drags back down under your weight and cuts a bigger gash.
And all you gotta do is hear me go, raw.
And this thing, it turns and whips back. Your knife is ripped backwards. You stumble back as it reaches up, snaps its head around, and tries to take a bite out of you. A 23 to hit.
Unfortunately.
For 8 piercing damage. And all of you watch as this thing whips its head back, goes to bite where Uran was standing, and then continues into the sand underneath. Both Uran and the worm disappear beneath the sand.
What? No save against swallow?
Yes, that note says swallow. All right, it is Dr. Martin's turn.
Wow. How high is this rock here? Is it gonna be an athletics check to climb up,
Yes, it'll be an athletics check to climb up.
even if I use my action to do it?
Yes, your action is
Okay.
required to attempt to climb up.
The action's required to even attempt it.
Yes.
So it's probably not gonna happen either way. He's gonna kind of seeing that, knowing it's kind of underground, gonna try and make an attempt to just dash around. So just kind of run around the rock.
Okay, sounds good. Gary.
Gary, you just watched Uran Drax his way into this worm, is gonna turn and look over to, or call over the rock to Talos and the doc. I got a way out this way. But for her action, can I try to... She's going to look at the sand. She saw the movement of the sand earlier to see how the thing moved. She's looking for that to see if this thing's going to pop back up.
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you start scanning the desert floor for worm sign.
That's a 19.
You start looking around and you do not see sign of this thing anywhere.
God damn it. Gary's just gonna Gary's a little bit beside herself and is going to just start moving around this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to still have eyes on the sand pit, be able to cover retreat with her long arm, and that's gonna be her turn. She's just gonna yell to the sand pit. One more thing. Yell at the sand pit, and I'm like, "Good luck with your knife."
Talos.
One can slice your way out of the stomach of the creature with a knife. Talos will move across to the other side of this pit, or a side of this rock. Will it cost an action to look for worm sign?
Yes, it will.
And the doctor is on the other side of the rock and cannot look for worm sign.
Correct.
I mean, bad team, worst team. Like, he got himself into it, and like, right? Like, we just keep going. No, I'd like look for worm sign.
All right, perception check.
How about a 22?
22. I'm going to put this back on the token layer, even though it's not above sand yet. There is worm sign right over there.
Gary.
Yeah.
It's where you just were. And I will point out the sign, and hopefully Gary can see it.
Pointing it out is good enough to give everyone else line of sight to where it would be.
Yeah, Gary's gonna train her long arm on it then and get ready to open fire.
I hate to be that guy, but I would not be able to point it out to Dr. Eric.
That's true. Robotic. At the start of your turn, you take 10 acid damage. And you may attempt to escape if you would like. It is athletics or acrobatics to fight your way out. Or if you want to just stab from inside and stay within a giant worm, you can make an attack with advantage.
Can I get a strength check?
Athletics would be your strength.
Oh, guess who gets an advantage to that?
Hell yeah.
Of
Wow.
course.
You gotta stop rolling and roll 20, my guy.
Why did I
You
roll
gotta-
on 20? I have no. I have a whole second dice. Hold on. And that's a 16.
Well,
Just by itself. I know.
that would have been
I
that would have
know.
been
I
much
know.
better than 9.
I know.
You gotta
Yeah.
stop. If I see you going for roll 20, stop.
I clicked out of habit.
I know, I hear you, man. I hear you, man.
So you don't get anywhere. You are still stuck within this worm as it doesn't know you see it, so it will continue as it was, which is there where it will then surface directly between the two of you. Go after the person it was going after, which is Gary. It will snake its head out to try and bite you. A 20 will definitely hit for 5 piercing damage.
Yep.
And when it hits you, its interior mouth is completely closed and sealed. It's just its teeth on the outside that slash against you.
Gotcha. And I'm done did swallowed up, correct?
You do not get swallowed.
Okay, awesome.
Dr. Martin.
All right. Dr. Martin's gonna kind of continue his path and then see the giant worm in his way and kind of again take out his rifle and long arm and give a shot at it. Does a 13 hit?
13 will hit.
Right. So he's got 7 damage from that.
7 damage. Bullet rips through it. Uran, this bullet whizzes past you as you're inside of this creature's gullet.
Like I could tell.
Gary?
Gary is going to, now that it's right up on her, curse under her breath, and switch to her sidearm, her Beretta M9, and take a shot, trying to aim for the head, like, understanding this. There's a homie inside. She's trying to go more towards the brain matter, or where she thinks the brain matter might be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's a no-go, boss.
You are trying to not hit your
Unless-
friend inside a worm, and
Unless I get flanking, because Thalos is on the other side.
no flanking from taking a
Yeah,
shot
no,
at it.
I'm yeah, I'm switching.
And you miss the broadside of a worm.
Yep, and she's gonna just, like, try to, like, psych herself up. She is gonna try and kite it around the rock, though, understanding I'm drawing an attack of opportunity.
8 more damage.
As she tries to get out of the way of it.
Talos.
I trust Dr. Eric's shot more than I trust taking melee damage from a giant frickin' sandworm. So I will spend my action to athletics check up onto this rock.
All right, sounds good. It will try and bite you as you start climbing.
What is this thing's melee range? Okay, that's fine.
Does it get multiple
It's
attacks?
40 feet.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
does
it
it
doesn't.
get?
Velocity.
Nope, it already used it.
Yes. Yes. It will get another attempt as I fall flat on my face.
You start scrambling. You make it a little bit up the rock. It would take another turn to get to the top, or you can just drop back down. Your choice. You're part of the way up the rock.
I will stay part of the way up the rock and decide next time.
Yep, sounds good. And Uran, within the worm, you take 10 more acid damage.
I am now unconscious.
Unconscious in a worm is definitely a thing. And it is the worm's turn as it is going to try and take a bite out of who is still in its sight. A 19 to hit.
Assuming that's me, yes.
Yep, that is 5 piercing damage as you're at the side of this rock, and the just worm just whips its head into you, slashing you with its tusks.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Martin.
All right, gonna get the scope again. try and line it up, see the shot that Gary tried to do on the head, and try to go for a similar approach on that.
Mhm.
Similar results, apparently.
An 8 is a complete miss.
I'm gonna die.
Oof, a doof.
Gary.
Okay. Gary is going to pop around with her long arm, and as she does have a plan, but she's kind of waiting for the right time. She's going to take this long arm and she's going to shoot it.
Okay.
A 19 to hit.
It will. Now the question is, with a P90, are you doing single shot burst?
No, it would have been burst. It would have been burst
Okay.
for sure.
So that is 3 plus a D8 because you get tension dice damage bonus. So that is total of 6 damage.
And she's going to 1, 2 kind of up against this rock, and call out to the doc. Hey Doc, I got a bad idea.
I'm willing to hear it.
Just cover me, okay? And she's gonna crouch down, like, and be getting in her pack and start rummaging through her engineering kit.
Okay. Talos, you are on the side of a rock. You just got bit by a sandworm.
You said that it would take another turn for me to get to the top. That means I don't have to roll and I just get to the top, right?
I'm fine with that.
Ah, but it's gonna take my action.
Yes.
I'm also fine with that. I will be up here now.
Okay.
What is your plan, Gary?
Sorry. Whew. I gotta try and say this with a straight face. This is a bad plan. As she's rummaging through, she just goes, I mean, this can weld bars. Maybe it can cut through. And she pulls out of her kit, her portable welding torch.
Okay.
And she's gonna actively ignite it. She's gonna try and slice this thing from the outside with a welding torch.
Okay.
Doctor, get your rifle ready.
Like, already, I'm still aiming at it because I've been shooting it. Everyone's telling me to shoot it while I'm shooting it.
Yes.
Hit it with the rock.
Utah.
All right.
Utah.
Uran, you are being digested, so you fail a death save. So mark
Great.
1 as a failure. And then roll a death save.
What do I even roll for?
And
this?
do
I've never
not
done this
roll it
before.
in. Do not roll it in roll 20, my dude. You stop
Oh,
what
too
you're
late.
doing. Frick!
That is a failure. So that is 2 failures.
You are killing me, my guy. And
I
you're
forgot.
killing you.
I forgot.
Oof.
I'm not used to dying.
The worm is going to make its way up against the rock. Well, let's see. It will ignore Talos on the rock. It's been going after Gary, so it will continue to go after Gary.
Thalos spits on it.
As it goes 19 to hit for 9 damage.
Okay.
And it is Doc Martin's turn.
Hey, everyone's telling me to shoot it. I've been shooting it. I'm gonna shoot it. Again, stand up, breathe, look to the scope. The slack, squeeze the trigger. Nope. Oh my goodness. Curse by rolls. Yeah, he lets out the shot, and kind of just with the tension of the situation, he kind of goes wide and like hits a rock to the side, spurting off dust.
Okay. It goes to Gary.
Now that this thing's right up on her, she's holding this portable welding torch. She wants to try and, she doesn't know where her butt is inside, like, is there any visible sign? You know how like constrictors, you can kind of see where lunch is at. Is that the situation we're dealing with here, or is it totally ambiguous?
It's pretty ambiguous.
Okay, yeah, Gary's just gonna go up and with that torch, just try to like slash it across like the stomach of this thing, to try and like sear it open. So hopefully, as my bud is being digested, there's an option that he might be able to take another way out.
Okay. Go ahead and...
I don't know what to roll here.
I'm thinking of rolling an attack.
Okay.
It's safe to... I mean, even though this isn't made to be a weapon, this isn't exactly, something that's scooting out of your way.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and do your proficiency and your dex mod. Or strength mod, sorry. Proficiency bonus and your strength mod. So a regular melee attack, essentially.
Okay, is there a button for melee or just do a...
If you hit strength, we can add your proficiency.
Okay. That's an 11.
It's an 11.
Sick.
Let me double check something real quick. Go ahead and roll 1 tension dice of damage.
Oh, heck yeah. That's a 2.
That's a 2. Or 2 damage.
It's a portable.
It's a
torch.
portable. It's a small torch. You
That's the
didn't
best
really
I
get
got.
a good spot on the worm.
Mm-hmm.
It is Saint's turn.
I mean,
Or
I feel
Talos'
like
turn, rather.
I feel like Talos knows how dire the situation is. He will flip his P90 to oh God.
First.
I'm considering like full auto.
Oh.
To do it, to like, if it hits, it'll do enough damage. Because the worm's turn is next. And since I know what this thing is, I'm justifying the slight meta of knowing its turn is next and knowing there's 2 death saves.
Right.
So like, it's either I open up full auto, and if I hit, I do enough damage to kill it so we can cut him out. That's the only choice, right? That's it.
Yeah, we gotta go all out.
Do I have to decide how many bullets before I roll?
Just roll the dice, that guy.
I'm reading it right now.
If he dies, he dies.
Multiple bullets as an action. The attacker may fire any number of bullets, even emptying the magazine. You may empty your magazine if you want.
I know.
But your limit is your strength modifier. So what is your strength modifier?
My strength modifier is +2.
Okay, so you can burn 20 bullets and still
Right.
get bonuses.
See, but I'm also thinking of conserving ammo. Like, I hate to say that, but Team Basilisk. Like, do I have to tell you how many bullets before I roll?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, he's our tank. I'd spend 20.
Okay. So go ahead and roll with disadvantage to hit.
$15.
15 hits.
Whoa.
That's
Which
6
means 2d6 plus 20d8, right?
No, 2d8.
2d8? Oh, yeah, because it's max 2. Got it.
Yep, it's max 2.
So, there's that 6 piercing damage, and then here's my first d8 and my second d8.
Gosh dang it.
So, grand total.
I can't with this.
13.
I can't with these fucking rolls.
So
There's our one.
That's why he's laughing.
the
worm still
worm
alive.
has 11 hit points.
Oh my god!
This worm falls, collapses, and
Amazing.
vomits Uran's body out onto the sand.
I believe he needs assistance, Gary.
Yeah, Gary.
She needs help immediately.
Gary, like as the worm's reeling back, Gary drops the torch in her sidearm and just kind of lurches forward to where it is inevitably gonna like throw up Uran, and she's kind of holding her own side because she got the shit kicked out of her as well, and is going to, as Uran kind of like slides out, wade her way through the muck, and under his arms pull him out, and immediately start providing medical attention.
Okay, go ahead and roll a medicine check to stabilize him.
Oh man.
I'm gonna make an apt analogy.
Thank you.
And looks like he's covered in acid. You might want to wash it out first, and I'm gonna throw like a water bottle over
Okay.
to help out with that. So you get to roll a
Ooh.
TD to add on to whatever you roll.
Okay, here's medicine. I'm afraid. Here's TD.
Okay.
Ooh, 15.
That's enough. That's enough to stabilize him.
Yay.
Uran laying in the muck and worm vomit. His eyes just slowly open.
Bait.
Yeah.
Maybe waiting a couple hours might have been a more apt decision.
Is the heal me?
You have one
no.
hit point. You're stable. You're stable. So we'll give you one just because it's more flavorful.
As you come to and you look up and say bait, Gary's just gonna go, hold that thought, and she's gonna turn to the side and vomit. She's been like taking care of you as you've been covered in like worm viscera, and as she comes back up, she's gonna just wipe the corner of her mouth. Yeah. Oh. Welcome back.
Is there worm sign anywhere?
You take a look around. You don't
For
see
a-
anything immediately.
Papa worm? May I suggest getting on a rock or us moving quickly from this area?
Looks like these rocks head on for a while. They're much larger. Perhaps we could get up there.
You're able to find a much safer position and hunker down with the sense that any worm that's small enough to get up this direction probably wouldn't be much of a threat. The sun reaches its zenith. You're protected by the rocks, though, and can have a little bit of time to rest if that is what you'd like.
Short rest.
Sorry for the bed.
Has anybody? Yeah, we should rest. Has anybody spent any determination dice at all?
You use
anything?
those during social encounters.
Social encounters? Okay, got it. So my pep talk was not necessary right now. Got it.
Yeah, for short rest, and I'm burning some hit dice.
Everyone relaxes, drinks probably the last of the water that you brought with you, as there were no extras that were picked up that anyone mentioned before coming in. And everything gets just a little quiet. We're going to take a very brief break because I have to run to the bathroom. And we'll be back in 5 minutes or less. Thank you for sticking around for that brief step away from the computers. We leave off with Uran barely recovering, Gary barely recovering, Thalos saying I told you so, and a general sense of, well, are we there yet? As the group sits and recovers, the rocks continue on a little bit further west. And for some reason, you feel like it's very close. Takes a few hours to rest and recuperate. What do you do?
Gary is going, if we're in the shade on this rock and we take our rest, the whole time she's just flat on her back, arms out, taking up an inordinate amount of space. She kind of catches her breath and recovers. After a certain point, she'll kind of, okay, and sit up and look at everybody else. We ready to keep moving?
Does anyone need any extra healing? I don't need my healing kit.
I'm pretty sure I'm still pretty messed up, but I think Uran probably needs it more than me.
I need help.
I will give you my healing kit for whatever that does.
The healing kit works based on scuffed or wounded, which is a status effect essentially that dictates all healing. So if you are wounded, which means you have half or less, it does a D8 to recover you. If you are just scuffed, it's only a D4. So you get an extra D8 hit points.
Mm-hmm.
Mark that off of my character sheet.
You continue west, weaving your way through the rocks. A few more hours pass to the point where night begins to fall. And as it does, you arrive in a clearing set in the stones, almost a place that opens up a bit more. Sitting on the ground just before it is what I think it's reasonable all of you would know as a tel'tak, which is a small transport ship that's used by the Goa'uld, the Jaffa, and pretty much everyone else. It's sitting in the sand, not too far away, from an opening in the rocks that goes deeper in.
Seeing that ship, Gary's definitely gonna throw up a hand to be like, whoa, guess who came to dinner?
Yeah, that means there's probably people inside. Don't just leave one of those sitting around. It's not a parking lot.
Did they leave the vehicle unattended?
Good question. If I try and look at it through the scope, can I see anyone standing guard outside or anything like that?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Do I get advantage for having a scope?
You do.
Oh, cool. Oh, 15.
15. You look around. You see some footprints heading from the tel'tak toward the other opening in the rock, but you don't see anyone around or through the window of the tel'tak.
Kind of looking through. Well, there's no one outside, at least. If it is attended, they're inside. Someone definitely walked into that cavern, which I assume is the vault that we are headed to. Well, seems a little convenient.
Oh. What's the play? We wanna go in guns blazing? Do we wanna take that ship for a joyride? Leave him on a merry chase? We wanna just go lay out in the sand till we become worm food.
Above table. That's the vault that they're parked at, right?
Probably.
Right?
Probably.
I think our plan needs to involve taking that thing back to the gate to save time and to be able to carry more. I think if our doctor friend is correct and there are people inside the vault, but possibly not inside the ship, we can leave the ship for now and take it on our way out, or we can split the party. Some of us can secure the ship, some of us can secure the vault.
Why would you go to a vault?
To collect your things.
Do you think they'll just carry the stuff to us?
Then we don't get to pick what we want.
True. Also, they could be making a deposit.
Also true.
We go quiet. We take ship, we take fall.
Sounds like a good plan. Do we want to check the ship first and maybe we can take a power source or something so they can't just fly off with it?
I can see what I can do to maybe hotwire it a bit. Does it have any armaments on it? Any weaponry? Just purely transport.
Purely transport. They are faster than death gliders, but they have neither shields nor weapons.
Probably have a Naquita generator in it at least to give it power.
Yep. Just about
Maybe
everything's run
strip
by
that
Naquita
on the way
generators.
out.
Alright, well. I can maybe give it the old Bradford special. That way if they try to take off they
Bradford?
can't. Oh, sorry. Family saying. If we can sort that out, we can go from there. Disable the ship. Try to take them unawares. They try to make a run for it. There's nowhere they can go. Not without us,
Sounds
anyways.
like a plan to me.
Alright. Well,
Plan devise. I think we're in the execute phase.
time to put theory to action, huh?
Follow.
So to the ship first.
Yeah.
Seems that way.
Put in theory
You-
to action. That's their specialty, isn't it, Gary?
That's the thing about you book types, right? You get all excited about ideas. And I'll admit, the ideas, the visuals, they really get they get, can get the juices flowing, but it's the hands-on experience where the real magic happens, if you know what I mean.
I can understand that. Most of my speciality, the hands-on, is the theoretical. So.
These guys
I can
talking on the
appreciate
way
it.
to the ship.
Yeah, we're talking on the way.
hands-on involves moving and actually acting.
This conversation happens as you are walking to the ship itself.
Uh-huh.
Even if none of you are trained to know how to get a tel'tak open, Talos, being a Tok'ra, does know exactly what button to push if you just want to open the door that leads up the back into the cargo hold. And it's all one part. You've got the door's kind of on the side, actually. It opens up and there are two rooms. One would be, this is what you're expecting to find. One is the cockpit, so to speak, where a number of people can stand. It has 4 escape pods, and then it also has a cargo bay in the back with a ring transport. So the door will lead you into the side of the cockpit.
Shall I open the door?
A ramp slides down.
No one armed?
Uran charges in, knife ready.
Yep. You come running up the ramp. As you get to the top of the ramp, there is a single Jaffa recruit in the back trying to pick up a crate in the cargo hold, who turns and looks your way just as you go through. Cree!
And can I roll attack?
I will let you surprise him. You can run up to attack him.
Cut his head off.
Of course. Why do I keep
Dude.
rolling in this?
I
Why do I
don't
keep
know.
rolling in this?
I don't know, bro. I don't
As
know.
you come running toward him, he throws the supply chest that he's picking up into your chest. It knocks you off balance and you fall off to the side. The rest of you hear something going on within. I assume run up and roll initiative.
I was probably right behind him was my plan, so yeah.
I feel like I would have been third to secure the place, knowing that Gary's going to go straight for the mechanical stuff.
I'm sorry, team. I'm just
No, you're good, dude.
just so
You're good.
terrible.
You're good.
It's not you, it's Roll20.
The dice are telling the story, man.
The dice really are mad at me for something I did.
The dice want to make it easy for Phoenix and hard for us so that we know the struggle and so that when we are victorious in the end, it really means something.
I agree with this wholeheartedly.
So speaking of the dice telling the story, Gary, you are the first one to act as you are making your way up the ramp.
Yeah, Gary's gonna try and head towards the cockpit and the controls, essentially.
Yep.
The ambition is that she wants to sabotage it in a very particular way, so like she can easily repair it for when we need it, but in the meantime it's not going anywhere.
Okay. Science or engineering, your choice.
Oh, engineering.
Natural
A
20.
natural 20.
You quickly run up to the control panel. It's these two half circles that are used to fly it. You pop a panel underneath. You have been in tel'taks before. You know exactly what to grab. You pocket a couple control crystals, and this thing is not going to run until you put the control crystals back in. Robotic, you are knocked to the side in the cargo bay as the Jaffa is taken by surprise, and it's your turn.
Is it an action to get up?
Half your movement.
All right, that's fine. I'll reattack him with the knife
All right.
again.
Go for it.
I am perturbed now, and sure, 19.
That'll hit.
And
Whatever you add to it.
8.
8 damage. You slash at this guy, and he yells at ah, and he starts looking around as though he's looking for something. Talos.
I would like to look around as I come into this place for the Jaffa's weapon.
It is leaning against a wall in the cockpit.
I would like to go toward the cockpit to take the weapon.
You pass by it. You grab a Matok staff.
And I would like to activate it.
Yep.
Can
It
I also
clicks open.
Can I also fire it?
You may.
I don't know what to roll for that because I definitely don't have that on my sheet.
It'd be the same still. It's Dex and
Yeah. But
proficiency.
I meant for damage.
I can
it
look
will
up.
be a D8.
That's probably not going to hit with an 11 though.
An 11 is exactly enough to hit him.
Oh, shut the front door.
So it is a D8 plus your dexterity because you are.
So that's a 6.
What?
That's D8, so that's 7.
Yeah.
Plus
okay.
my dexterity, which makes it 6.
All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay, things are starting to make sense here.
Things are starting to make sense here.
He's not that fast. He's very slow and patient.
You turn and you take a shot, and this burst of plasma comes flying out. It catches the Jaffa, and because of the rules of this, I need a dexterity save from Uran. So the
Oh, wait. Let me do it.
Yeah, do
Use
not.
the roll 20.
I keep being like, what's he doing though?
15.
15, you pass. The shockwave of this almost knocks you off your feet again, but you're able to retain your feet. The Jaffa looks around at the situation and tries to run to slap something on the wall, which is a opportunity attack from Uran, if you would like.
I just want to say, look at what Dex wrote for me.
Dude.
Yeah, no, you know.
Missed.
What'd you get? It's not a very high AC.
Oh, no. It's low. It's let's see. With my it's 7. So
Okay, yes, 7 will miss. He runs over toward the wall, slashing at something. He hits a button on the wall and turns around to stand in the middle of the ring device. It doesn't go off immediately because of how these things work. Dr. Martin, it is your turn.
All right, so I was coming in with, since it's close quarters, coming in with his Beretta that's been finely tuned by our own Gary. And he's gonna point it in and shoot away. I get to add a D4 to that.
That's good.
So, what is that? Is that where?
Oh,
4,
hell
14.
yeah.
That will hit.
All right, and then 6 damage.
6 damage is exactly enough as the Jaffa stands in the middle of the ring device. You take a shot, he's thrown sideways and falls to the ground partially in the ring device. Gary?
Does the ring device look like it's still about to go off?
He definitely hit the turn it on button.
Gary would like to hit the turn it off button. Gary would like this to not do what it's trying to do.
Okay. You hit a button, and instead of powering up, the rings power back down, and the tel'tak goes quiet. There are 2 cases in the cargo hold, and you have the control crystals to the.
What's in the cases?
You pop them open. One of them is various medical supplies, probably enough for 8 medical kits, and other odds and ends that would be useful in a med lab of sorts. And the other, sorry, I don't have it open anymore. The other, roll me a d20.
16.
16. It is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is a chain gun with 1,000 rounds. This is much easier to use while mounted, but particularly powerful people can still make use of it.
The strength check on that.
I'll have to look up the rules later, but it's high.
Say hello to my little friend.
I have a strength of 15, so that's a maybe.
Probably carry it around and use it, yes.
Going in freaking alien style.
Freaking Uran's just
Roll
out
around
in the
us, man.
desert. Just out in the desert waiting for worms to pop up and eat him so he can just like chop them in half from the inside with his freaking railgun.
I don't need to roll a d20 to hit with a chain gun.
The strength check is an 18, by the way.
That's what I'm looking for.
man.
Yep, it's an 18. So nope, you can use it with disadvantage.
Close
Oh
enough.
man.
I
I mean, to be honest, he's rolling in roll 20. He's rolling with disadvantage anyway.
It's
real,
amazing.
real fast question with the Matok staff.
Uh-huh.
It says recharge 1. That's an action to recharge it, right?
It means you can't shoot it twice in the same turn.
Gotcha. So I don't have to take an action to recharge it.
No, it will work the next turn.
Wonderful, because I was about to recharge that just to be sure. I have a brand new shiny weapon that I will be carrying with me.
It basically means you cannot take opportunity attacks with it and attack with it.
That makes sense. Okay.
Great.
All right.
Gary's gonna come out of the cockpit, kind of spinning one of the crystals between her fingers, as she does, and look, just nod in confirmation. The job is done.
Uran is going to mount the minigun to face outside of the dock door.
Okay.
Dr. Martin kind of seen that the stop to the rings is worried that they're where those rings were going. It's possible that was going to something inside here, or it's possible there's a ship in the area that was going up to. Can we stop that so no one can dial in? Is that at all possible with the rings?
For a science or engineering check, yes, you can disable the rings.
Couldn't I just tell him how to do that? Or at least give him advantage?
You
since
can at
I
least give him
know-
advantage, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, science with advantage then.
Yep.
19.
19, yep, you're able to disable them. No one is going to be able to use this ring device.
Okay, cool. Well, that stops someone sneaking in here.
Vault next. Let's go.
Before we go, I am gonna actually go over to the Jaffa, and confirm he's like dead, not just unconscious.
Oh yeah, he did.
And I just want to take a gander. Like, I'm assuming standard Jaffa garb, but like any indication of alliance,
The ink on the guard's forehead is of a jackal standing on a snake, which, from what you've learned already, is the symbol of Wapwewet.
Get the count too, or is that just a phoenix thing?
Just a phoenix thing.
Makes sense.
I ain't got time for that. Gary's just gonna nudge him with her boot, and just shake her head.
While you're doing that, Talos will walk over and quietly and calmly pull out his pistol and put a single bullet into its head.
Yep. It is dead again.
Mark off that bullet.
All right, well, shall we?
Go. Uran will lead the way towards the vault.
Yep. You make your way through this break in the rock, and a second clearing is on the other side, and I'm going to put you in that clearing. There we go, and I probably am going to have to... Oh, wait, I have to move the players to it. He's not there. This isn't there. And yep, I do have the light off. Okay. You walk into a clearing, and there are 7 obelisks surrounding a sphinx with a jackal's head. There's some walls and various rocks in different places. But that is all that is within the clearing. There seems to be some kind of tile just beneath a layer of sand of the desert.
Sorry, go ahead.
I said I was going to use perception to try and figure out where people have been walking, to find footsteps, to find the entrance.
That would be survival. Go ahead.
My survival is a 12.
12. There are no footprints in this area at all.
Do you have an idea?
I was going to look around and see if there was anyone here, since we were worried that someone would be inside and outside. So could I make a perception check just to look around?
Yep, go ahead. General perception check.
Okay, a 10.
The only thing you notice is each of the 7 pillars has writing on it.
It appears that we're alone. Did you find anything?
Has to be more. No way they sent one man.
Perhaps he was ringing in and out.
Or this isn't. Or this is a door. Gary would like to move closer to the Sphinx in the center, shooting a glance to Talos and just pointing at it with a toothpick. Does this have any significance for little wimp, Wapwewet?
Talos will cringe slightly at you mispronouncing the name. Talos would have been going around reading all of the different pillars. What does Talos know about the significance of this particular thing, other than it's definitely iconography that is associated with Wapwewet?
It is writing, and you can read all of the words because it is Goa'uld writing.
I understand the words, but not much more.
All right.
One who destroys. These are the same symbols that were on the other panel that we saw back at the Stargate.
Right.
Yes, perhaps it would have helped us to figure out how that worked before coming here.
Perhaps.
I mean, if we want a door and we want it to open, as Gary moves over to the one who opens pillar, can I check to see if there's any carvings that suggest needing a key or perhaps like a switch of some kind?
Go ahead and give me a culture check. Or perception, or not sure if you're trying to intuit or just trying to see.
Since the two of us are working together on this, I would mention that if it's a cultural thing that we're trying to figure out, I could help you.
Okay. I have a feature. I can use my charisma modifier instead of my wisdom modifier when making culture skill checks, which just basically means I get to add 1 to this check.
Yep.
And am I
Go and roll.
Am I making that at advantage or anything?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So that's a 16.
A 16? So you know that Goa'uld are all about the pomp and the circumstance. They like to be loud. They like to make a big deal of things, but they also tend to treat their underlings as idiots. And so usually, even if there's a lock, they wouldn't give someone a key to it, but it's probably a fairly simple lock in the grand scheme of things, where they wouldn't have to carry anything. Usually something to memorize or a mantra of some kind. Something that'd be drilled into their heads to repeat.
Can we get the text again of the prayer we read? I couldn't find it anywhere written down.
It's in our chat.
I got it. Opener of ways, guide of armies, destroyers of enemies. And I think Gary would, as she's looking around, would with an eye roll. I'm just telling you, man. It's just so much fluff. With no heart, no soul. And she will stand in front of the Sphinx and say the prayer.
Okay. As you begin to recite, the individual pillars around start to glow. And as you finish, the Sphinx itself starts to slide away, revealing a staircase.
Gary will put her hands, like, she's facing the stairs, and she's gonna put her hands out to her sides and do, like, that turn around to everybody, like, ta-da.
A little bit more complicated than Open Sesame, but I think it gets the work done.
There was only a few more words.
Shall we, gentlemen?
You open, I kill.
I like that plan.
I'd still suggest caution. It didn't work exactly well for us last time.
But it's
We
just
can wait this one out, though.
this tiny little room.
You pass down the stairs into a fairly small room. There are empty, meaningless odds and ends on display rather than spread around as it shows on the map. It seems like there's swords, knives, armor, pretty much any simple weapon or armor you can think of is on display. And then carved into the walls around you is the story of Wapwewet's great victory over a forgettable enemy.
All right, so where's the goods?
Oran wants to do a perception check to see if he can find any kind of like hidden switch or something along the walls of the photo.
Go ahead and roll perception.
Oh, the relief. God bless it. Why do I keep pressing it in here?
10.
Insane, dude.
Insane, man.
You've not like rolled above a 7 in roll
10 is enough to see scratches in the floor that seem to indicate something has been dragged that ended abruptly at the far wall.
There. A door. Real treasure. What is it? Is the back wall here?
Yep, back wall there.
Okay.
What's everyone else doing?
Gary's gonna move towards it and try to see if she can figure out how the mechanism of the door works. Maybe turning to the doctor and asking, just kind of jerking her head over.
Engineering, science, culture, any of that might be helpful.
Okay, I've got an engineering 5. I would love
I got a
to do
6
this.
if you want me to roll it, but
Okay, yeah, go for it.
doesn't matter. I can roll it and you can help. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. You take a look around, and it's not too long before you are able to find a switch on the door that causes the back wall to slide away. I also have to get rid of that light. On the floor in front of you are the stones inset of a ring device, and on the back wall is a carving of a Goa'uld parasite's face.
Sorry, everyone else was doing with the door. I would have been reading this stuff on the walls too.
Okay. You're able to translate it. It's all in Goa'uld. It's a very detailed story about Wapwewet's great victory over some, hard to translate Goa'uld name. Something. Yeah. So just kind of a general, I have won. I'm so great. These are all my things.
Behold my stuff.
Behold my stuff.
All your shit put in the bag. Turning around and seeing that the door is open, Talos will say, remember, we need weapons, ammo, medicine, defenses. And seeing the ring device, does it look like it is workable and active?
It does appear workable and active, yes.
And
it would be very useful if someone didn't break the one on the ship.
Do I know that this is connected to that one?
Ring devices can connect to any other ring device.
We should either break that and he activates the staff.
If there's a ship, this would stop.
Is there
wanted to move
anything in
stuff
this
quicker.
room?
There's the ring device itself. There's this giant carved head of a Goa'uld on the wall. And as you get closer, and Gary and Uran, you're close enough to see, there is, within its open mouth, a glass canister full of larval Goa'ulds.
Gary lets out a low whistle and goes, well, hello, uglies. And kind of goes up and looks at the glass as they're squirming on the inside. Be a real shame something were to happen to you.
Killed. Uran's going to take the canister with him.
Why?
Well, I could just smash it here, I guess. Smash it here and step on him.
Set it in the center of the ring.
All right. I'll do that and smash it.
As you reach over and lift this glass vase from the mouth of the Goa'uld, there is a voice that echoes through the vault. It is the reverbing voice of a Goa'uld. Who dares enter my vault? You shall be wiped from the surface of my world.
I would like to shoot the ring.
Okay. You blast the ring and render it ineffective.
I would then like to shoot the face.
You shoot the face. It's a projection, so the plasma bolt passes through it and hits a wall.
But I thought the thing that was holding the
it's a serpent. Yeah, it's a serpent head. It's a massive Goa'uld parasite head. So yeah, you can shoot it.
Screw that thing. I would like to destroy it.
You
Thank you.
Start shooting it. Parts of it break apart. No problem.
Thanks. I'm assuming it didn't stop the voice.
No, it does not stop the voice. It is continuing to echo. And if you turn around, you can see light coming down through the stairwell. Like there's some kind of bright light outside.
Gary's gonna be looking around she's looking for tech. She's looking for something that she can grab and get out of here.
Okay, give me an investigation check. You start looking around. This seems like a fairly ceremonial room. There's a couple things off to the side against the walls. You start digging around, feeling around, and with a 9, you're only able to find some like holy texts that aren't even particularly meaningful. You really get the sense that this is more ritual than anything.
Gotcha.
It has the same kind of carved walls all the way around.
Gotcha. She's gonna, as she's kind of thumbing through the books, she'll actually just toss them to the side, seeing that the light's out happening, and call out to the rest of the group. We need, whatever we came here to find, we better find it lickety-split, because we don't have much time. And as much as fun as these penny mystery novels are, I don't think they'll do us much good.
Uran will also investigate, looking for any kind of martial weapons.
Okay.
Range
Perception,
or-
investigation. Either is fine.
Okay. Oh, they're the same. So 7.
7. You look around. You do nothing but reconfirm. This looks just like that first room you came in. Carved walls, mostly ritualistic. The story continues of Wapwewet's greatness around the wall. None are as clever as he. Blah 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 blah.
Dr. Martin's gonna look for, if it's that's kind of the general vibe people are just getting. He's gonna look to see if there's like another set of secret doors
Okay.
in it, and that's what he's specifically looking for. If he stumbles upon something else, great.
All right. Give. So you start investigating the walls, and you do find that there are 2 doors leading out of this place. One leading to the east and one leading to the west. Both slide away just like that very first one.
Looks like there's more rooms here.
Left or right, Doc?
Maybe split up is the time. 2 and 2.
All right.
Which way does Uran start headed?
Uran
Okay.
goes right.
Yeah, Gary will be stick with the doctor then.
Okay. On the doctor's side, behind you, there is a stack of crates. The other behind you. Over here are a stack of SGC crates that are haphazardly thrown on top of each other. And the same for behind Uran and Talos. As this voice just continues echoing.
Hope these look useful.
Grab and go, Doc.
All right. Do we want to dig deeper? Or is this?
Hope for the
How big are
best,
the
or are you going to
crates?
take the time to check?
How big
Uh,
are the crates?
2
yeah.
people to carry him.
Gary will motion for the doctor to go look, just to take a gander.
Yeah,
if
that's
she's
that's
gonna like
more what I
start
wanna know.
dragging like towards the door. She's not gonna get very far, but just take a quick peek.
Okay.
Uran wants a strength check to drag 2 by himself.
All right, I will let you do an athletics check.
And Talos is looking down this
Advantage.
hallway.
And that is 21.
You can be making progress with 2 crates. So what I am going to do is I am going to move each of you with crates toward the door as far as you can go. We'll circle around because there is something else happening at the same time. So for the other 2 of you, you look down the hall. Both of you see the same thing. It is a long, narrow hallway that leads somewhere deeper into wherever this is.
Deeper stuff's where the better loot is. He's gonna try and move down and see what he can find.
Yeah, real quick on my side, I want to know, would I know that there's another way out of this place, like a backup or a safety hatch, knowing what I know about?
Knowing what you know about how
people?
these sorts of things are done, it is likely that the rings and the stairs are the only ways out.
So, one way out, and okay, got it. Yeah. Nope, still gonna go down because we need stuff.
Okay. So you go ahead and each of you on the sides can go 6 or up to 12 if you want to run.
I'm running. Which I think I went 12.
Doc, as you get to that point, you can hear heavy boots running towards you. And you can hear, Cree! And then you don't speak Goa'uld, so you don't know the rest. But you are probably not alone in here. They're probably right around the corner from how close they sounded.
Great.
So that is their turn, your turn, their turn. Talos, you continuing on?
Yeah, just around the corner to see what's over here.
You two with crates are able to get 3 crates to the top of the stairs. And can do what you'd like. You turn, and there seems to be an empty room with well-stacked crates, not only of Tauri, but also Goa'uld chests that are in this alcove in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll spend the rest of my movement to go toward the Goa'uld chests.
And then the 2 of you at the top of the stairs, you can use your movement to run back in if you'd like.
Yeah.
So it's 6 normal, 12 to run.
Are we
Gary's.
considering the ones that we got up top to the ship, or they are?
Nope, they're at the top of the stairs. Do you want to take them all the way to the ship?
Gary will wave wave at you to go back and grab more, and she's gonna try and just start like one at a time to the ship, like,
yep.
Or I don't know. What do you think?
How
Do you
about
wanna
we
try and load
trade
'em?
that? How
Okay.
about we trade that? I can carry 2.
Okay, cool.
So
Yeah.
leave yours at the top of the steps.
Okay, yeah. Gary's gonna run back and try to grab another one.
Knowing how long it's taking you to drag these, knowing how far away it is, it's going to take Uran 5 minutes to get 2 crates from the top of the stairs to the tel'tak and then get back. Comfortable with that?
Yeah. Gotta
Okay.
gotta have some profit out of nearly getting eaten by a snake, by a worm.
And Doc, there are 3 Jaffa that turn the corner at the end of this hallway. All 3 seem to see you simultaneously as you see them, and they all yell out, Cree! Probably a good idea to roll initiative.
Good time for a good roll. That's pretty good.
That's a 3.
Sorry, I just did these backwards. There we go. Alright, that'll be fine. Descending order. Yeah, Doc, you're up first.
Well, this is a pickle I got myself into, huh? I have an idea, but I have no idea if it's gonna even work or be useful. So I did grab a frag grenade in my kit.
Okay.
I'm going to try and pull the pin and throw it at these guys.
Okay. So throwing a grenade, go ahead and make a, basically it's a ranged attack, dexterity plus your proficiency.
Yep, and it's at the square, not at them.
It's at the square, not at them. It's a set number. If you miss the number, you either overthrow or underthrow.
And so I'm just going to use my normal weapon because that already has the same thing.
Mhm.
I crit.
Oh
Perfect.
yeah.
So you toss the grenade exactly where you intend to toss it.
Okay.
Where was that? Go ahead and ping it for me.
I was going to go for right in the middle of them.
Right in the middle of them?
Yep.
All right. We have a green grenade that is right in the middle of them. Grenades don't go off until your next
until the
turn.
end. I know, that's the problem. So I don't know if I need to predict where they are or what, but I'm going to turn tail and run. And kind of as I start running, pulling the Han Solo of nope, run the other way. Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
All 3 of them open up on you. An 8 as one Matak blast goes flying over your shoulder. All of you hear the plasma release of a Matak blast as they start to fire upon your friend in the other room. And then a 20 and a 5. The 20 hits, you take 10 damage, and I need a dexterity save.
Should be. Do I have something special from that? I don't think I do. That's gonna be a fail.
So you fall prone.
Oof. Did I take anything else, or is it just?
Nope, you just fall prone.
Okay, cool.
And they come running your direction. It is Talos' turn.
Yeah, it is. Hey. How sealed are the crates?
You can basically use an action to open one up and see what's in it.
I would like to open up the Goa'uld chest and see what's in it.
You open up one of these Goa'uld chests, and go ahead and roll me a d4.
I would love nothing more, my friend. I rolled a 1, 2, 3, and a 4. I didn't work it. Okay, fine. I rolled a 1.
You open one of these, and it is a case with 3 Matak staffs in it.
I feel like I can grab those staffs. Yeah, that's free action to interact with an item. Maybe
You can grab 3 staffs. Yes.
I would like to grab 3 staffs, meaning I'm now holding 4,
Yes.
and I would like to leave
Okay.
because that's all that's in that chest, right?
Yes, that particular one. Yep.
1, 2.
Paint them together.
Were there more chests in this room?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So that's my movement and my action. So okay.
Gary.
Gary was running back to try and grab another crate. I'm assuming I can hear the sound of a frag grenade.
Everybody hears. Well, the frag grenade's not going off yet.
Oh, gotcha.
But
The
you can
3
hear
Matak blasts.
The 3 Matak blasts are distinct sounds.
Yeah. So as that happens, there's like a stutter in her step as there's like the as she powers forward. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, maybe. Time out. Let me zoom in here. 5, 6, I think is right. And she's gonna call down the hall. You got company there, Doc?
I got some buddies.
You didn't invite me. And she's going to keep running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to try and get here with her long arm. She's going to hold this position to give cover fire. So as the Doc runs past, she can try and hold them off.
Okay, sounds good. Doc, you're up.
Boom.
Yep, grenade goes off behind them.
Let's get any of them.
It does not. It's only 15 or
It's
3 meters, right?
So it's
Yep.
3 squares. So
3 squares. They're just outside of it.
It was natural 20. Come on, give me something.
What?
But get up.
You know,
Don't start running.
Nope. That's a very good point.
No, that's fine.
No, it's a very good point. I'm gonna pull the grenade back 2 spots, and you're gonna catch 2 of them in it.
You're very generous.
One of them like kicked it with their feet accidentally as they were running.
Yes, definitely.
Should I roll 66 then?
Yep. Go ahead and roll 66.
It's the only one of those I have too. So 16.
16.
There's it's force damage, I think is what it's called. Yeah.
Right.
66
I'm just
force damage.
looking for. I was looking for the rules of it, and I cannot find it. Yeah, it just goes
I have
off.
the page
It
open.
just hits.
It goes
them.
off at the end of my turn. It hits anything and
Yep.
3 blasts.
It hits any of them within 3. So, yeah, there is this detonation as 2 of these guys just yell and stumble forward, and one of them is in. One of the regular Jaffa up front is in absolutely terrible shape. He does not look good at all.
Alright, I'm going to use half my movement to get up then. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to dash and try and tuck this corner.
Okay, sounds good. It is their turn. They are going to move forward their 6. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're going to try and shoot at the two of you. Their leader is going to try and catch you. You have cover, so you have a +2 to your where you're at. Does a 14 hit you?
No.
Okay. And then for Gary, the other two try and shoot you from around the corner. One of them you have a +2 from. The other one you do not. So that is an 6 misses and does a 15 hit you with +2?
Yeah, 15 will still hit.
All right, you take 13 fire damage.
Oof.
And you need a dexterity saving throw.
Oof.
As you fall prone as this detonates and knocks you on your ass.
Yeah. Gary is not looking good.
It is Talos' turn.
I did say at the beginning that we should trust each other to hold our own.
I don't know if you're going to be able to get there even if you wanted to.
Yeah, well...
Unless you got some special.
I mean, it'll be one turn less. Like, it'll be one turn later that I could get there if I looked through a chest.
Gotcha.
Would I be able to reasonably know how many blasts and how many people are attacking?
That sounds like 3. It's pretty distinct. Yeah.
And I don't know that run. Yep. Nope. I got to run.
Okay.
So 5, 10, 13. Gets me to there.
Okay. Gary.
Gary, who was knocked back by the staff and is laying prone but had her firearm out, is going to take a deep breath and sit up. And she's going to try and tag this guy with her long arm.
Okay.
It's a 10 to hit.
10, you open up. Are you sending a 3-round
sorry.
burst his way?
Yeah, it would have been a burst. Sorry.
You send a
forget that I gotta
3-round
do that.
burst, and it tings off of his armor and doesn't seem to affect him.
Gotcha. I'm gonna use. I am gonna use half my movement to stand up, and limp around the corner. 1, 2, 3. And just kind of like leaning up against the wall with my shoulder as I'm trying to get out, calling back to the dock. We've got some of the crates up top, but we're not gonna get out with much. We don't get out at all.
I'll see what I can do. He's gonna take a little bob to look over. Which of these two is the injured one?
This one is barely holding on. He is trying to hold his Primtot into his pouch.
How far away is he?
7 meters.
So that's close range. So he's gonna whip out. He has the long arm out, but he's gonna pull out the side arm, the Beretta, to get that extra D4 to hit, and he's gonna try and shoot him.
Yep, that will hit.
Yep. So 6 points of damage from that.
That's enough to kill him.
That's one last blast coming in at least. And then that was one thing of movement. He's gonna. Okay, is this thing behind me? Is that like a crate or something that like could I hide behind that theoretically, or is it in the
You
floor?
could take cover behind it. Yes.
I think
It's kind of a raised table of some kind.
I'll do like the cool slide over the hood of the car type of thing and hide behind it.
All right. It's their turn. They will keep moving forward because they are fine with getting up in melee. They are both going to open up on... yeah, they'll open up on you. You just killed their friend. 7 will not hit you at all. And the leader will roll a 5 and also miss terribly. Both of those blasts hit the table in front of you, sending pieces of wood and stone everywhere.
Not the loot! Not the loot!
Thalos.
So 6 movement spaces gets me to here. I see no enemies, correct?
Correct.
Son of beach. Then 10, 4 gets me to there, and I'd look around the corner and look here. Do I see any enemies or anything?
You don't see any enemies.
Well, then 5, 6. You all hear the clacking of these staffs as I'm
Tel'tak
carrying
staffs
4 of
bouncing
them.
together.
I would call out.
No, there's 4 more Jaffa coming.
Tok'ra canonically can make the Goa'uld voice.
I know.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to read your mind.
No. It's not what it's about. I would call out calmly. Do you know how to use their weapons? To the 2 of you.
Gary, remind me how these work. You have to have used them before, correct? For
No.
this
So
round?
these, anybody can use them. It's just whether you're proficient with them or not.
I think I'm proficient with them.
How do we know? Is it a common
Are they
weapon?
common weapons?
Yeah, it's
I'm
not a
not-
common weapon.
Yeah,
so.
I'm not proficient with it. So Gary, just with a wheeze as she is breathing along the wall, getting ready to turn back and fire, goes, "Never touch this stuff."
I know how they work, but I can't use them. Well,
I mean, you could fire them though, right? Even though you're not proficient, you can still fire.
I would just
Yes.
be bad at it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. That's all he would have wanted to know.
Okay. Gary, you're up.
Gary's gonna turn around with her long arm using what is it? I'm going through this really quick.
Single shot, you get advantage. Burst
Yeah.
adds a tension die, and full auto adds tension die for every strength mod you have.
Yeah, we're gonna go tension die to hit, correct? Or just
Tension die damage.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go with the advantage because she for sure wants to hit this. So single shot at the guy that she can see. That's a 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
8 piercing damage as she targets that guy right there.
It's a solid hit. It makes it through his armor. He knocks his shoulder sideways. Ugh.
She's going to then keep moving forward. Let's see. Oh, why is this going on? What is going on? I'm gonna move over here. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there any more crates here? I know I only took 1.
Yes, there are another 6, 7 crates there.
Yeah,
Just
she's-
haphazardly thrown down.
She's gonna grab the handle of one and start yanking it along on the ground behind her as she comes out this last square here. You can see her. She's pretty messed up, but dragging a crate behind, with her, and just gesturing, with her head towards the stairs. Uran's waiting for us. He's loading up the ship. You gotta get me there. You're not gonna get it to start.
How much
Dr.
time
Martin?
I got left, by the way?
I mean, you can be running back after hearing the Matok blasts, so you'll probably be coming in. You can roll initiative and enter this round.
Looking at these 2 guys, is the boss man looking hurt? He took the grenade. How is one of them looking worse than the other, and are they looking real bad or just kind of bad?
The boss man is definitely at the wounded condition. He's lost half his hit points. The other one is not wounded yet.
Okay. I then put the sidearm away and just go for the long arm Not quite at disadvantage yet, but I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
Is a 13 hit
13 will hit, yes.
for 13 damage. 1d10 rolled max.
Which
that
one?
was on supposed to be on the leader.
On the leader? Okay.
Sorry, I
You
should have
get-
said that right away, but that's what I meant to do. If neither was particularly better, going for the leader.
Okay. So you get a solid shot on him. He is rocked by it. And if he was anything other than a Jaffa, he definitely would be dead. And he does not look like he's good for a Jaffa right now.
Just stay down. He's gonna try and run.
Okay.
That's I think as far as I can get. Kind of still looking back, but don't know if it's gonna be far enough.
All right, Uran, you're at the top of the stairs. You definitely heard Matok Blast going off.
All right. Well, let's see how far are they. Let's say full dash here. What enemies?
Yes, at least 3 Goa'uld. You can take one of these if you know how to use it.
I do not believe I have proficiency in those. No. Holds up his knife. This will do better.
The two Jaffa around the corner and catch up with the doc. Both of them take swings with their Matok melees. A 16 to hit is 8 bludgeoning damage. And
It doesn't hit.
Oh, 16 doesn't? Does a 22 hit?
22 does. Yep.
For that one does also 8, coincidentally.
Doc's a tanky boy. Okay.
I grabbed the vest. They're very good.
This vest
Thalos,
is magical.
Go ahead. The vests are very good.
I also have a helmet.
Thalos,
Alien
go ahead.
Oh,
Stargate
sorry,
just-
my bad. I will drop 2 of the weapons.
Mhm.
Right there.
Okay.
And I will run past. I will run past Gary. And on my way, with a free hand, like 2 of them in like one arm, and with my free hand, like touch Gary on the shoulder and say, "You're more important to me than that crate." And going around the corner here, can I see the peoples?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I feel like I'd be able to see them one step behind, right? Like right
Correct.
there. What are the chances that you're gonna let me activate 2 of these and fire them both?
In this situation, with the hit points that they have left, I will give you disadvantage on both attacks and let you do both.
I love you. So here's the first one. So 5.
Okay. 1 blast goes wide.
Oh man. Rip-a-roo. Rip-a-rooney doon. Feels
And a
bad,
crit.
man. Feels
I
bad.
will go the last 5 feet of my movement, drop one of the staffs at the doctor's feet,
Uh-huh.
and stand there, ready to fight.
Okay. Put another one on the ground there. All 3 of them, the doc and the Jaffa, all need to make dexterity saving throws as these blasts rip up the ground around you all. Everybody passes. Nobody gets knocked down. Gary, go ahead.
Or if we
Gary,
did, we got up again.
you ain't never gonna keep me down. Gary's gonna
Oh my
turn around and can I see any? I mean, it's pretty crowded in there, and I don't want to shoot
Uh-huh.
none of my homeboys.
You're fine.
But just one hand, she's gonna turn and try and take out with a single shot from her long arm. Homeboy in the door. Shnikes, an 11.
Are you shooting the leader or are you shooting the lesser?
I'm shooting whoever looks the most... The lesser. I'm shooting the lesser.
Okay, then you hit.
Excellent. I do 10 piercing damage.
And he is not looking good. Both of them are in terrible condition.
Great.
The voice is still calling out the warning.
Yeah.
And Uran, when you went up to the surface, all 7 of those pillars are shining bright lights up into the sky.
I am going to continue. I don't know, like, if this affects my movement at all, because I am still trying to drag that crate. As I then move the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, passing. Why can't Uran and like just bleeding and got the gun over my shoulder tucked under and just heaving this crate as I go.
Uran?
Let's see. Uran is going to look at Gary and go start. How you pronounce that? Tel'tak? Tel'tak?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Tel'tak.
Go start Tel'tak. And then he will charge in. Should get about here and attack this one with his knife.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, roll here. Okay. And that is 12.
12 will hit.
Cool. And that is 5.
5. You shove your knife into this Jafa's pouch, killing its primta, and it drops immediately. There is only the leader left, Doc Martin.
All right, up close. So if I go with the sidearm, it doesn't cause any problems. Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
Again, pull out the sidearm. Just stay down and
22 will hit, and 1 hit point is all he had left.
Yes.
So with one final shot, catches him in this right in his chest, goes in between the plates of his armor, kind of just takes a step forward and says, "Wapwewet will find you." Falls to his knees, collapses dead.
just stay down.
As soon as he goes down, Orion's going to say to the other 2, grab a crate and go. And he is going to go back for 2 more crates.
Okay.
Whatever they were grabbing from the back room, that's where the good stuff is. If they were back there, we should go back there.
No little time may die.
You hear
Big
Gary
risk, big reward.
scuffling and like screaming in frustration as she's dragging this crate.
Can you leave the crate and just bring the tel'tak in here? Would it be able to loosely land in here, or in the opening where we got in?
If someone wants to stay in the tel'tak, then they could hover it over the top of the stairs.
Gary's intention is to go get the ship. She's trying to get this crate up to the top, get the ship, bring it back down. That's what she's doing, but she's trying to get this crate up
out of the room first.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
it is. It's a 5-minute round trip, or 5 minutes basically for Gary to get there, get the tel'tak back on, fly it over, start hovering.
Hang on,
Is it less without carrying a crate?
I'm gonna ask something real fast. It's 5. It was 5 minutes for Uran
to do 2 crates,
but she's flying the ship back.
Right, bringing 1 back. 5 minutes is easier than 3 minutes. I'm trying to hold numbers in my head.
Yep. I was gonna say, if she just leaves the crate and just runs the whole way.
If she leaves the crate and runs, then I won't even take up any time.
I mean, she'll get the crate to the bottom of the stairs, and then there's no way she's gonna be able to get it up the stairs by herself.
Okay, then all you have to do is get to the tel'tak, reactivate it, and fly it back. It'll be basically 2 minutes.
Okay, awesome.
You got 2 minutes to grab something and get to the top of the stairs. Let's go.
Yep.
Urana go all the way to the back, and what's there?
You're not to the back yet. In here is just some assorted crates. They seem to be maybe medical supplies stolen from the Tauri. There is another Goa'uld head back here.
What's in its mouth?
Nothing. This one's empty.
All right.
And then to your left, you see 2 Freds, a Malp, a mounted Matok blaster, and a sarcophagus.
Told you the good stuff was in the back.
One of the Malps is already fully loaded, and the other Malp has a Browning machine gun on the back. Or Freds, rather. One of the Freds is fully loaded, so it already has 6 crates on it. And the other Fred has a Browning machine gun on it attached to it.
Can I activate the fully loaded Fred?
You want to start turning it on? You can turn it on, and it will start following you automatically.
Well, if it's following me.
Can I grab that mounted Matok, throw it on the other Fred, activate that one, and
You can.
start leading it out?
I'm greedy. What's in the sarcophagus?
So a sarcophagus is a piece of Goa'uld healing technology. They are very large, they are very heavy, and they are going to drive you very insane. But it can heal anything.
Very valuable, but very heavy.
Can we get it on? Can we get it on the second?
The mounted
machine?
one?
Yeah.
No, sarcophagi are too big for Freds to carry. They have their own levitating transporters within them.
Oh, they levitate on their own, but we probably need to push them at least.
Yep.
If the Freds just follow us, do we want to 2 of us levitate it and we move it together?
Yep, that'll be our play.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, the sarcophagus, to turn it on, I need an engineering or a culture check.
Let me do that, and I will spend my last Eureka point to give myself advantage on the engineering check. 25.
25. You are able to activate it. It starts following you, and it moves very slowly. You're guessing it's probably going to take you 5 minutes to get it from the back of this to the front.
I can't push it to make it go any faster.
You cannot push it any faster.
5 minutes.
I say we abandon it. If it catches up, it catches up.
You have to push it anyways. If we're gonna leave
Yeah,
it.
you have to push it to move it.
If we're gonna leave it,
Oh.
let's just damage it and rip something out of it.
Okay.
Can I reuse my engineering check for that, or do I need to make a new one to try and
That's fine.
salvage something from it?
You can disable that. And then the 2 of you start coming back with a pair of Freds following you, right?
Gotcha. Yep.
Can I grab it? No. I'll grab one more case on the ground and pull it myself.
Okay. So all of you with 2 Freds and the Matok Blaster start heading up down the side. As you make your way you get to the front of this temple, this vault, about the time Gary is hovering at the top of the stairs. When you turn the corner, you find Thalos covered in blood to his elbows as you turn the corner.
Holding the Matok staffs that I had dropped that nobody picked up.
Ah, shit. Sorry, excuse my language.
I see you found a sarcophagus.
Did.
Bring it with us, and he will start leading the charge out.
We disabled it because it's gonna take too long to get up.
Fine.
I got this though. I'd probably like a power crystal from it or something.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. Let's go.
Okay. You all right?
Yes, I just made sure they were dead.
Does
I
it look
thought
like
you
it's
were
their
hurt.
blood and not his one?
It looks like blood. It's kind of hard to tell. Do you want to take the time to figure it out?
Talos is
No.
walking away. He's got his hands full of the staffs that weren't picked up, so
Yeah,
I'm really
let's go.
attached to those staffs.
they do 3d6 damage at range.
My god, that's 2d10. 3d6 is probably better on average.
All right.
The Malps
I'm gonna-
head up the stairs. All of you find yourselves in the back of the tel'tak. And there is on the tel'tak sensors, Gary picks up that at the very edge of sensor range are a pair of death gliders coming in very hot.
I am going to yell to Gary, point door to glider.
Gary will look at the mounted gun and say, now that's enough. And she is going to try and arrange the ship in that fashion. I don't know, I really want to use this move because I've kind of disabled it. I've hot wired this thing. I have a move called Whack It. At the second level, you've learned the time-honored technique of a well-placed thump. As a bonus action, you can give on adjacent machine 1d6 temporary hit points. If this brings the machine's HP above half its normal HP, it begins to function, all those things. I feel like Gary just kind of kicks the control panel that she had pulled out to give this thing a little bit of extra juice. We don't need to outlast, we just need to outrun.
Yep. That is 100% the play. So you get the whole thing functioning again. Give me a piloting check.
Okay. Oh, heck yeah, that's one of my skills. Let's go. Fear. That's a 14.
A 14. The tel'tak rises up above the clearing that you all are in, and you just take off to the east as fast as you can push this thing. Sitting at the side of the door with the chain gun, the mounted Matak staff, or the Browning machine gun. Which one, Uran?
Oh, definitely chain gun. That's why I put it there.
So behind a mounted chain gun, the wind is whistling. The death gliders don't catch up enough to come up on the side of the ship, which is probably a good thing. You're able to touch down at the Stargate Plaza. The force field is down because you completely disabled it. There doesn't seem to be anyone there yet. The death gliders are on their way, and you probably only have time to grab, well, a little bit, unless you want to weather some death glider fire. So I'll give you the mechanical option. You can take everything that you loaded into the tel'tak, in which case there will be 2 rounds of death gliders strafing you. You can take half of it for 1 round of death gliders strafing you, or you can take a quarter of it, only one of the automated things, and take no damage.
Or could we turn the shield back on?
That's something you can try. You fly to the east, find the Stargate Plaza, land, and now's the choice.
We leave the shield on then the whole time? Or do we try and take it at the last minute?
Us getting out with as much of this as we can is more important, right? Because we don't know what we can do with
a few
the
crystals.
Shield. Yeah, like it's a few crystals versus crates of stuff. Like, it's a no-brainer. If that shield will keep us protected, I say we put it back up.
Okay, I'm just wondering if at the last minute when we're ready to go, we try and pull it back out and then run.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'll try and set it up then. Someone else want to dial the gate?
I'm on it, and Gary's gonna run over to the DHD and dial up the base. And she's also going to go over to it. She's gonna look at you, Doc. She's like, I gotta wait for them to not know where we went, and she's gonna rip open the side of the DHD and start working on that as well.
Doc, I need an engineering check or science as you're trying to put the shield back together. Talos and Uran, are you starting to unload?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uran is actually, he's going to start unloading.
Yep. So the 2 of you are grabbing that. I need an engineering check from Dr. Martin.
That's 12.
12, you've already done this once. You did it with a plus 25, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was
12's enough for you to know how to put back together what you took apart. You're able to activate the shield just as the pair of death gliders get there. And the energy ripples across all of this as they strafe and circle around.
I do know how to open it though, so we should move quick anyways.
Gary's gonna call from the DHD. Just help him with the crates.
Martin will help move in through. Grabs what he can. Hope the Freds follow. Do we have to carry the Freds over the broken bridge?
No, it has an energy bridge there.
Oh, it's full. I forgot about that. Yep. Okay,
Yep.
cool.
So you begin unloading. The Death Gliders turn around, come about. They land. The Jaffas start running your way. You get the last of the crates in. Gary is standing at the DHD. The rest of you have just tossed the last of the crates through.
Ron's gonna go back for his chain gun.
You get everything. So you've got
Okay.
everything you brought on. You grab the chain gun. You're on your way through. You first one through, Iran?
No, Ron would probably be last one through. I actually
As soon as they land the gliders, I'm just going to take off the shield again. Right?
That's-
That's the gliders are the thing we're trying to get protected from. If it's close to, if we're close to being done, just going to get started
But
early.
they can run through, right? Like they can't run through the shield. But
No, I don't think they can.
but if you take it down, they can run through to us and
True.
shoot us.
True. Yeah.
Ron is
Okay,
gonna
I'll
look
leave
at
it
the
up.
party and ask for a grenade.
There's no grenades.
Yeah.
No one has a grenade anymore?
No.
Nope.
No.
I used the one I had.
Ah,
They're real good.
Gary,
The
who's
gate's
like,
open.
yeah,
the
Gary's like
escape,
finishing,
the door
like,
is
he's like
prepped.
getting like the DHD, like she's clearly where she's just gonna look at you guys and be like, "Get out now!" As she's like trying to finish up what she's working on.
he's gonna look at her, look at the gate, look at them, and just walk through.
If it looks like we're about to go, I'm gonna try and dismantle the shield and run through.
Okay.
Do I need to make another check yet, or are we good?
You don't, but they are going to shoot at you while you do that. Talos, you going through?
Nope. I'm gonna
Okay.
wait till everyone else has gone through. I'm gonna protect them and shoot back.
So there are a pair of blasts coming. Both are terrible blasts that hit the Stargate itself.
Can I take my shot now?
You may.
I also missed. But it's cover fire. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Not 14 damage though.
In the distance, you can see an Alkesh, which is a troop transporter that was behind the Death Gliders, is coming up behind to land as well.
Take the crystals and go.
Gary, as you look down, she's pulling something out of her pack. It's a small package. It looks like a strange battery that she's just gonna like pull back and like jam into the DHD, and you'll just watch as she hot wires a couple of things. And as she closes over, you'll see that it's a slim battery-looking device with lettering running down the side. And it's this weird like gold color. Just it's strange. She slams the panel back on and is going to be just nod and turn and start running for the gate.
On your way past Talos, I would say, is that what I think it is?
A way for them to not know where we're going? Yeah. And she's gonna keep booking it.
So I'd be right behind, but right before I go through the gate, I'd fire off at the shield generator,
Okay.
making sure that I destroy it on my way out.
You completely disable the shield generator. Everyone passes through the eye of the Stargate, and you stumble into a heap in the floor of your new base. Boxes scattered around you, the Freds off to one side. Nok Kor standing at the DHD with his Matak staff going, "Huh. I wondered if you'd come back. So slow. Looking
throw the-
tired too."
I throw the 4 staffs down at his feet. I'd also like to point out one of my traits is that I suffer 1 less level of exhaustion. I don't look tired.
Gary looks
Well,
garbage.
Is there a feature where you take like double exhaustion? That's usually where I'm at.
Gary takes your level of exhaustion and puts it onto her.
with that, we are way, way, way past how late I have ever DM'd a game since I was like in middle school. So we are going to.
I make no apologies.
I
Definitely
had
not going to work
an
tomorrow.
absolute blast. You have no idea how much fun I was having over here. As far as all of you, you make it back to your to your base with some of your goods. I will help you figure out what those goods are in the interim. We'll try and count up how many crates and odds and ends you brought. We will figure out more or less randomly which ones they were because you're not very picky about which ones you grabbed. And we shall see what develops as this, Basilisk cell does with their ill-gotten gains. So stick around for just like 5 minutes because that's all the energy I got left for any comments, questions, concerns, conundrums, or qualms. And if you have any questions, do let us know. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I had a blast. I've been looking forward to this game for months now, so it's really exciting to finally get to sit at this table and tell the story and be these characters, and just what you guys, I'm already loving like everybody and who they brought. I think it's phenomenal. Uron and his knife, man, it's the best thing. It's the best thing.
It's good.
We need to find a way to heal that boy. Damn.
Sarcophagus would have been
I'll
real
be okay.
nice.
I know.
We would have died. We would have died if we went for that.
We would. We were getting too greedy.
Yeah, I had a total blast with this. And if you told me that we played for 6 hours, I wouldn't believe you unless I looked down at the clock and saw that it was that long. But
yeah.
Oh my god, I had so much fun through the whole thing. It's very good.
I'm
I
really
tried some
excited.
things that I hadn't tried before. I've never done flashlights before.
They're cool.
Any thoughts from your side of the table, flashlights wise? It's a bit tougher for Sarah because she could see everybody and she could always see everybody, but the rest of you were much more limited in what you could see.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on flashlights? Was it a nice addition? Was it too clunky? Any thoughts at all?
I still had vision from Uran and Talos. I could
Oh,
see
okay.
their character.
And
And
I had
so
vision
the only
from
one I
Iran.
couldn't see was Sarah. So I thought that's why when I mentioned it, I was like, I thought that I was supposed to be able to see Sarah's and I couldn't. Apparently, I was seeing other people's and I couldn't. It makes sense. I kind of like having everyone's vision and then just trying to play in your head that you can only see your cone, just because it kind of, in some way, it helps you give situational awareness, but at the same time, so you can see where the action's at. But at the same time, I also kind of sometimes it's nice to only see your cone, so you know this is what I can see versus what I can't. So you don't have to meta knowledge. But
yeah, I actually like only being able to see what your character can see. I mean, it's one thing to try to separate that meta knowledge, and it's another to not have the knowledge. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I did not know that whole time how far I had to run to finally get a shot, because I didn't know how far down that thing you were. It's like even though I knew you were in combat, even though I knew that you were making your way back, I didn't know how far I had to run, and I thought that was really nice. I like that tension.
Yeah.
Weird thing, because I could see both of us, so I knew exactly how far you had to run. I'm like, man, it's like 4 rounds.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Godspeed.
I just checked and I had Saint on all players, so everybody could see and see and control Saint.
Yep.
So it kind of threw stuff off. But yeah, it's something new. I like to try new stuff.
Yeah, it
like
was
that.
cool.
So
It's good. I like it.
I do too.
I definitely like it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I had an absolute blast. I appreciate all of you so very much, and am so very excited to see what comes in the next couple of sessions. Any other thoughts before we wrap up and say our goodbyes?
I'm super excited to see how this plays out, like with both casts over the whole season. Like I think it's gonna be, because I feel like looking at your face, we got more than you thought we were gonna get.
Yes.
Which is
I'm
awesome.
happy about that.
Yeah. Go for it, Purple.
I was gonna say, I'm really curious to see, like, I know maybe it's a little like where we're going with this, but like right now we've just been fighting Goa'uld and taking stuff from them, so it kind of just doesn't feel any different from the bad guys. I'm kind of very interested to see what happens when that's not the situation. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I'm very excited to see where that goes. So
right. I'm already a huge fan of the difference of vibes as well. Like watching Phoenix. Like, they've got their nice base, and they got their like immunizations and their fancy Freds where it's like, don't hurt the equipment, and we're just getting our butts handed to us the second we walk through the door.
Very
Like, I
gritty
like
over here.
Clean
Very
out
gritty.
your shit pile.
yeah, literally flush the toilet that is your base so you can actually exist here. Like, I am loving the like different dynamic though, because it's this very like, it feels very like intellectual and well put together, and this truly is scavenger. Like,
Yeah.
we are having to make tough choices. Like, we can't take everything. Like, we're getting eaten by worms and like all of this. Like, we're having a go of it. So I'm
I
really
love the dichotomy. Yeah.
yeah,
like,
I'm
the
excited to
difference.
see what that scrappy, like, you know, junkyard crew is going to be able to pull over from, you know, like a government funded operation. I think it's going to be really cool. So
The thing about how much you all got, the ring transporters I put in at the last second just the other day, because I thought, I want them to be able to get enough that they feel like they have enough stuff. So I put the ring transporters there as a way to get more stuff more quickly.
screw your transporters.
It's like the first thing you do.
Call
Break
transports.
it.
And instantly thought.
But-
That's how he calls in reinforcements on.
The
Yeah.
same.
That's
Same
what I thought
thing.
No,
too.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's only us. We got to make sure it's only us.
Yep.
Like, that's
It was
it's
literally
just-
after we broke it. I'm like, oh, maybe this was a clever way for us to get into the base and get the stuff. Oh god! And then that was true, and I was like, but you
Yeah.
know what? There still could have been. I mean, it's his homeworld. There could easily be a spaceship up there. I forget what they're called, but like,
yeah.
yeah.
Talk.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
Hatak.
we-
It's like if that's one of
But
if one of
also-
those is up there, we would have been screwed. So,
But like, why even have a vault with this like locking mechanism or anything if you can just ring transport into it, right?
To
It had to have
impress, it is to impress your
It's
vassals.
these
Fuck
fancy,
that guy.
It is-
fancy gold
Sorry.
It is the fancy
bullshit.
bullshit.
Sorry,
Goa'uld
I
do.
used my F. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
you used it in the
I'm
aftercare.
passionate. I'm passionate.
The big thing, and I love how all of you have described it, that the difference between you can literally have whatever you want, just ask for it and bring it back, and here have your shot, have your medicine. That opening of establishing that this is a well organized, well funded. You have, I mean, when Purple threw that grenade and said it's my only grenade,
Yeah.
all I could think is, well, next session, Phoenix could just walk down and ask for a half dozen grenades, and they'll be handed
yeah.
a half dozen grenades.
Us finding that crate of like 8 med kits, I was like, oh, thank God we got 8 med kits. Like, I'm just like losing my mind over it. I was like, oh, we're gonna live for 1,000 years. Like, it's a very different vibe, but I'm here for it.
Or one encounter with Uran.
One more.
And his
One more
knife.
sandworm would have done me in.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean,
I
I'm
did-
walking out with 7 HP right now. Like, it was brutal. It's brutal.
Everything was much more brutal than I thought it was. I didn't think I would nearly kill Uran.
I love it though.
You nearly killed me with a green gas.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did it get that bad?
That was
Yeah.
4
You lost one of your
HP.
shields.
Well, did you see? I
You
almost
lost one
rolled
of your
maximum.
shields.
I
I
almost
know.
rolled maximum on
If
that
you would
second
have,
roll.
you'd have killed me.
And that's the difference that the tension dice makes.
Yeah.
Because so much of that was TD. Well, the tension dice is what let you kill the sandworm. If that was
Yeah.
a D6,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have gotten enough on the D6 to have killed the sandworm. So it is.
Yeah.
The system is very interesting. It's very crunchy. It's very mechanical. I try and keep as much fluff in it as I can because I love fluff. But yeah, we crunch the hell out of this. So
Yeah. No, it's
that's
been
it for
great.
us. Do not expect us to ever go this late again.
Why
We're gonna
not?
be over-equipped next time. That's why.
It's only 17 pages. I only wrote
I
17
said we're going to be
pages.
over-equipped.
Oh, you're gonna be over-equipped.
steamroll
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever.
Now we
gonna-
got the gear. It's gonna be a
That's-
completely
yeah,
different
'cause
story, right?
Right.
I think the
Right.
Gatling gun's a game changer. I really do.
I rolled and started counting. Oh, it's the chain gun. Okay.
What's up? What's up, Phoenix?
All right. Good night, everyone. Oh, I'm not going to forget to close out. We are going to go around the horn. Everyone's going to say goodbye, who they played, what they're doing, where to find us next. It is October for another week, so you'll still see a bunch of us all over the place. Why don't we start with Osera X Franco?
Yo, I am Osiris Franco, and I played Gary Bradford, the engineer, who has just been a delight. And before I get to my stuff, I just want to say another huge thanks to my fellow players. You're all delightful. I enjoyed the heck out of it. Thank you, HP, for an incredible session. If you like my face and the words I say sometimes, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at OsirixFranco. I do a variety of TTRPG content, both here on TBK Roleplay and over at Nat20. You can find me here almost all day tomorrow in the morning for Dark Echoes, Curse of Strahd campaign, and immediately following in Murder and Coffee, a GM talk show host, where I'm joined by the incredible Luca Locke. We're going to be talking to Midnight Tower about narrative threads in games and how to go about that, and really excited. It should be a great conversation. And then Sunday night, you can catch me in the murder mystery that Luca Locke is running, the Pleasure Pure Murder. Let me see. Murder on the Prime Water Pleasure. There we go. Which should be a lot of fun. I'm in the Harpers on Tuesday. I'm running some one-shots in November, so you can come check those out. I'm over in Nat20. Morningstar will be coming back. There's a couple projects that are spinning up there that I'm really excited for, so check out all those things. And I'm going to pass it on down to Robotic.
Yeah, hello. I'm sleepy and my character was tired. I can't even think right now. I don't have anything else coming up aside from this. I've done 2 one-shots this month already, so I'm all tuckered out for that. You can catch me. When are we playing? Next week? 2 weeks? I forget how this works.
2 weeks.
Friday.
2 weeks.
And then we
2 weeks.
3 days later, we're on the Monday. It's the crossover. So
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, we working NFL schedules. That's the Browns this week's Monday night game, Thursday night game. Rough, man. Anyway, yeah, you can catch me on here in 2 weeks, and hopefully got a one-shot lined up by November.
Perfect. Over to Saint.
That's me. Hi, I'm DMF Saint. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at DMF Saint, as well as running the show over at Nat20. I also want to mirror the other statements of this is an experience I've been looking forward to, and I'm very excited for how this is all going to play out. So thank you very much to the rest of the players at the table and to the DM. My God, you're all amazing. As Sarah said, Morningstar and Company is coming back in a couple weeks. Please stay tuned for an announcement for when that date is going to be. There is no Against the Tides if you are a fan of that for November. For October, we'll come back in November. There is a smash cut that I haven't talked to anybody about that I'm planning for November, so that's coming up. As is, we just made an announcement on Nat20 not that long ago about the new campaign that I am starting called Last Time Around. It is a super hardcore version of Curse of Strahd in simulated real time. There will be a prelude trilogy between now and the end of 2021. So also stay tuned for information about that. So basically, I don't know when any of this stuff's going to happen, but it's going to happen. Anyway, passing along.
Up to Purple.
All right, I am Purplefill. I played Dr. Eric Martin. Where can you catch me next? I will be on Harper's on this coming Tuesday, and then the next thing I'll be on is this, and on the doubleheader weekend or whatever. Anything else coming up for me? Not too much else. I have a couple projects in the work that probably will be wrapping or starting up next year sometime, probably early. We'll see. I'll keep them under wraps otherwise, though. So, and with that, pass it over to HP.
I am and have been and continue to be the Last Hit Point Hero. You have joined us for our Stargate Basilisk game. You can find me Sunday night, also on the Brimwater Cruise, and Monday, the other side of this coin, the Phoenix, Stargate Phoenix. Will be heading into some of the gate addresses that they found at during their last adventure. So we shall see what they are going to deal with and what they might be leaving behind for Basilisk after that. So I think that is all the important bits. At least they're the only ones I can remember. We will see you all in 2 weeks or before. And until then, be good. As a rule, be good. Bye-bye.